Hey guys, welcome to the course. So I am so excited to be here and share my insider secrets with you guys because I need to just share right off the bat that Fiverr actually has a new update to their level system. And what that means for you is that it is going to be slightly harder to reach that top seller status, but with my tips and secrets, you guys should have no problem as long as you implement them and take them to heart. So with that being said, I want to give you a little bit of a background on how I found Fiverr, how I became a top seller, and how I started my own business from Fiverr. So basically, back in 2013, my husband and I were fresh out of college. We had started our first business online. It was kind of a bust. We found ourselves $25,000 in debt. We didn't know how we were going to pay for that, how we were going to work ourselves out of that hole. In fact, we didn't even know how we were going to pay for rent the next month. And that was a really scary and stressful time. In fact, I don't think I've been so scared in my whole life. I thought we might be out on the street or have to live in our car. So we looked online and we started searching through all these different kinds of freelancer sites. And we did a little bit of research and we thought, you know what? Because of the traffic and the price point, Fiverr seems like a gold mine. It seems like we can't go wrong with selling on Fiverr because, who can pass up like a $5 offer or a $10 offer? People spend more than that on their coffee every day. So, it just made sense to us. So, and we did, we saw a lot of people that were making good money on Fiverr, and we made sure that we researched what was selling well before we dove in and we created gigs. And we decided to go into the digital marketing and SEO niche. And it really took off for us and we did really well. In fact, I had an account before the account that I'll be showing you guys here today. And I actually got banned because I did some things that I didn't know that I couldn't do. And so it was right as I was like starting to make like $500,000 a month, and boom, I got banned. I was devastated. I was like, oh gosh, what am I gonna do? And then I said, you know what? I'm gonna find a way around this, and I did. And I created a new account, and now I am a top seller. And it probably took me about 6 months to achieve the top seller status back then. But like I said, Fiverr has increased their requirements a little bit since that time because there's been so many people who have decided to become sellers on Fiverr. So, but 1 year after I started on Fiverr, I was a top seller. We had worked our way out of debt. We paid off all of our debt. We were debt free. Not only were we debt free, we were able to start our own SEO company, and all within 1 year of selling on Fiverr, which is pretty amazing. And so I want you guys to be able to do the exact same thing that I did. And because I know everyone is struggling to make their first dollars online. And I have to tell you that I was so excited that those first, after I made my gig, probably it was no more than 48 hours after I made my first gig, I had cash on Fiverr, and I saw that and I had orders, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. So that got, a fire under my butt to start selling and put up more gigs, be more active on Fiverr, give great customer service. And so I did all of those things because I saw that I was, it was that instant gratification. And I took all of Fiverr's tips that they gave me for being a seller, and I implemented them. And because I did that, I was able to reach that top seller status a lot faster than a lot of other people. So, and I'm not even a top earner on Fiverr. I have a couple thousand reviews, but I'm not anywhere by any means a top earner. In fact, a lot of the top earners got in, right when Fiverr was starting out. They were new, so they were getting all the sales, right? But even if you're just getting started right now, today, it's not too late because Fiverr's improving every single day. And they're trying to make it easier for their sellers to be able to sell their services and make more money, because the more money that we make, the more money that Fiverr makes. So if the easier that they make it for us to sell, the more money that they make too. So they've really implemented a lot of great things in the past few years. Even when I was just getting started, they didn't have gig packages. Because of gig packages and custom offerings, people have been able to make a good living just with Fiverr alone. And I can attest to that as well. So I am so ready to dive in. I do want you guys to go through this entire course if you're serious about making real money online with Fiverr. It is, like I said, the easiest way to make that instant cash online, but you do got to do things right. You got to show up, you got to be active, you got to give good customer service. But with the tips that I'm giving you here today, it should be no problem. And I do want you guys to watch everything so that way you're not missing out on any juicy tidbits that I give along the way. Because, like I said, it's a little bit harder now. So you need to give 100% so that you're getting as much value as you can out of it. And I know that if you, and I'm speaking from experience here, as someone who has had to start out on Fiverr a couple times as a new seller, I can definitely say the more traction that you get up front, so the more that you put into it up front, the easier it will be later. Because the more that you can work to get the more sales and reviews that you can initially, then that's going to help you get even more sales later. So with that being said, let's dive in. And I can't wait for you guys to get started. I do want to mention that don't be afraid to go ahead and take action as we're going through all of these things. There's no reason for you to go through this entire course and then get started. I want you to take action at each step as we're going through these things. So when I'm telling you how to create a username and some tips for optimizing that, I want you guys to go ahead and start crafting your own usernames and be thinking about what you want your username to be. And you can even, pull up Fiverr on your computer and start seeing, what's available. So just follow along with me because that's going to give you a quicker start on Fiverr, which of course is going to put more money in your pocket faster. So with that being said, let's get started. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about why Fiverr is the best freelance platform to get started with. And quite honestly, as you guys can see, a gig is bought every 5 seconds. That is amazing, right? I mean, just by the end of this video, probably 20 or 30 gigs will be bought up. So, and of course, the price range is between $5,000 and $10,000, although I've never personally seen any offers that are offered that high, but I'm sure there's been a few. And here's the real thing that I want to show you guys, because this is one of the main reasons why I got started on Fiverr, was the traffic. Fiverr gets almost 40 million views and visitors every single month. That is amazing, right? So don't you think that if you put a few gigs up on Fiverr and you start them off at like $5 because that's where everyone just buys them up, right? And as you're in your first weeks, like your first week on Fiverr, you get featured because you're brand new. So if you have a $5 gig, you're going to get bought up for sure, especially if you do the tips that I'm going to be telling you about later on in this course. So, I mean, the traffic is there. And that's one thing that so many people, when they work online, that is what holds them back, is the traffic. They just don't know where they're going to find all these people. Fiverr is taking care of all of that for you. And of course, that's why they take out 20%. And we're going to talk about that later and why that is more than fair, because look at all of these visitors that they're getting for you, right? That's amazing. So I just wanted to make that known to you guys that that is how many visitors that Fiverr is getting every single month. Like this month, Fiverr got 39 million visitors to their site. So that's a lot of money, and there's a lot of opportunity for growth here. And it's very easy. Fiverr is probably the easiest freelance site to use, which is probably why it's so popular. They just make it so easy to sell and they make it easy to buy. So it's good for both ends, right? Places like Freelancer and Upwork, they're good and they're good for more long-term projects, but nothing beats the simplicity and how streamlined Fiverr is. So it's just great. And in fact, when I was just getting started on Fiverr, they were even playing around with what their colors should be. They played around with red for a while, which did terrible. In fact, we lost so many sales because, again, psychologically, green is buy, go, right? The money. And it's also a color of growth and rejuvenation. But red is a color of passion, and it makes people stop, and it makes you think more before you act. And that was not good for buying at all. So Fiverr has grown into itself, I will definitely say, over the last few years, and it only keeps getting better. So, but with that being said, they have not lost their user friendliness throughout everything, which I'm so thankful for, because they have implemented a lot of new things and they always continue to do so. But as long as they keep their simplicity and the ability to be streamlined and the ease of use, then I think it's always going to be one of the top freelance platforms. And I think that's what they're really trying to do now, especially with their gig extras and gig packages. And now that they're updating their Fiverr levels statuses to be able to be more in touch with their sellers. So I think they're really trying to compete in the long haul with places like Odesk and Fiverr. I guess there is no more Odesk, it's Upwork now. But so I think they really have a great shot at being around for a long time, and they've been around for 7 years already, and they only keep getting better. So get in on Fiverr now as both a buyer and a seller, but definitely a seller, because once you get in there and you start selling and you start creating these gigs, and your gigs get sold and you get the feedback, it's just like this, it's the great instant gratification that just keeps going around and around. So with that being said, in the next video, we are going to dive into the Fiverr levels. And like I've said, they just today released a new update. So we're going to be talking all about that. And of course, what every requirement is for each level. So stick with me in the next video, and we'll be going all through the Fiverr levels. All right, guys, so in this short video, I'm going to be discussing why you need to get started on Fiverr today, right now. Because number one, first and foremost, every single day, there are more and more people that are becoming sellers on Fiverr. And what just happened today, this morning, is that Fiverr decided that they're going to make an update to their Fiverr level system, which means they're actually making it slightly harder to become a top seller. Now, you guys don't need to worry, because with my tips, you should have no problems becoming top seller within a year. However, I do want to mention that you want to take all of these things and put them to use and put them into action as quickly as possible, so that way you are on the cutting edge and that you can stay ahead of your competition, because there is kind of a lot of competition on Fiverr. However, I'm going to give you so many tricks that will help you breeze through and still make sales even with all the competition. Now, first and foremost is, of course, taking action right away. That's always a great habit to have. We don't want to be procrastinators, because, you snooze, you lose. So, with that being said, And with that being said, Fiverr is always updating every single day, and they are trying to make it as easy as possible for people to sell on Fiverr, because obviously the more money that we make, the more money that Fiverr makes. So they have implemented a lot of great things for their sellers, and I have to say that since I started online or with Fiverr 3 years ago, they've really improved their platform a lot, and it's only gotten better. Now, I don't know for sure. We're going to be talking about the Fiverr levels in just a couple videos, a lot more in depth. But I don't know for sure if how this new level system update will play out for everyone. But I hope that what they are hoping to achieve with this is that they want to give the people that have been working on Fiverr and earning more the chance to become top sellers. So I'm hoping that they want to bring more top sellers into the marketplace. But that may also mean that they're going to be making it a little bit more competitive as well. So we'll just have to see how that all plays out. But that's another good reason why you want to take action right now. Another great reason that you don't want to wait and you want to get on Fiverr right now is because I can say from 10 years of being an online entrepreneur that just getting started online, not knowing many technical skills, or maybe not having a whole value ladder or a whole website built out, Fiverr is the easiest and most consistent money that you can make online when you're just starting out as a newbie. And I can't reiterate that enough. It is literally like almost like printing money. If you can just think of valuable business services, because that's who mostly, your buyers are on Fiverr, are small to medium business owners. So if you can think in those terms of things that those types of people need, and you're able to offer that at a very affordable price, Fiverr is going to be a life changer for you. And there's already so many different types of services that to choose from. Just to quickly go into this, we'll be diving in even more. But, these niches right here, the graphic and design, digital marketing, writing and translation, and video and animation, these are the four, and you could almost say it's way more than 4 categories here, but these top 4 main categories that Fiverr has, those are the most popular on Fiverr. So if you can deliver any services within these niches, you're gold. You can make a living on Fiverr doing this, especially now with gig packages and the custom offers and all of that they offer. So with that being said, that's why you want to take action right now today. And like I said before in the intro, when I first started, I was making cash within 48 hours. Like, it was that quick of me creating my first gig on Fiverr and getting my first orders. And after I saw oh my gosh, it was almost like addictive. I wanted to just keep making gigs and keep making money, because before that, coming from like a failed business venture, Fiverr just felt so easy and seamless. So that being said, let's dive into the next video, which is going to be all about creating your username and how to create the most optimized username that you can. And I'm going to be teaching you why shortly. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be talking about your Fiverr username and how to choose one and how to create one that will best serve you and your needs. So I honestly, guys, I don't even remember what my first username was on Fiverr with my old account. Geez, it was probably something along the SEO world, something like that. But here is my account now, and the whole way I came across my username was the company that we created. What it is Overdrive Strategy. So I just decided to use OD Strategies to be able to brand and continue that brand on here, because we were offering just smaller services and micro services of our larger packages that we offered through our website. So that's how I came across my personal username. Let me see if I can find, oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can find my friend on here. SEO consultant. There we go. Oh, not services, but hopefully it'll still bring up the person. Anyways, so as before I go ahead and show you guys, I just want to tell you that a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, you don't have to have a keyword in your username. And that's absolutely true. I don't have a keyword in mine, although I guess strategies could be considered a keyword. But I personally, since Fiverr is getting a little bit more competitive, there's more sellers, I'm always thinking of, how can I get the edge, right? How can I be on the cutting edge and one up the competition? So I would always recommend to optimize everything wherever possible, but don't keyword stuff. Don't do like SEO 1, 2, 3 or something like that. That would kind of be silly. You want to make it something that is user friendly. It doesn't have to read well necessarily, although I think it's better if it does. Like I said, like my friend SEO consultant, that's good because he actually has 2 keywords in there, consultant and SEO, and then SEO consultant also. So that's almost like 3 different combinations of searches that people could be doing. So that was a really smart username. And I'm not 100% sure what the character limit is for the usernames, but I know it's not a lot. Definitely under 100 for sure. So you want to keep it short, simple, and to the point. And you really want to think about your niche and your category that you'll be mostly delivering these gigs in. And that brings me to another point too. While you can create a lot of gigs on Fiverr, I think when you're just starting out as a new seller, you can create 7. And me as a top seller right now, I only have 7 gigs active because that's what has proved to be the most profitable for me. In fact, I tried out, I think 20 different gigs, but half of them just didn't perform at all. Like I didn't get any sales. So I just ended up pausing those and have stuck with these 7. And the thing is that these are all kind of they are all within the same niche of digital marketing. And I would recommend that for best results with your sales to keep most of your gigs within the same niche because you're going to have the most success that way. I'm not 100% sure exactly how Fiverr's algorithms work, but I do know that when you have more gigs that are all within the same niche, then they tend to rank you better than if you have a lot of different random gigs that are spread out over all of these different kinds of categories. So I just wanted to mention that. Another thing to keep in mind is, we will touch more on this description in a moment, but just really think about the niche that you're in and how you can craft this whole page to kind of be an experience for your buyers. Now, a lot of people aren't going to see this whole page because this isn't how you show up in the results. Just the individual gigs show up. So you want to keep that in mind too. Now, quickly. Getting back to adding a keyword inside. So I guess he took down all his profile and his page and everything. But I can say for sure that because we both started our accounts at the same time, his actually took off way faster than mine did. He got more sales initially because he was showing up in the search results more often when, people typed in like SEO or SEO consultant, he was coming up because that was his username. So I just wanted to make that a note. I know some people through blog posts and stuff, they'll be like, oh, you don't need to do that. I would recommend that you do if possible. It's just going to help you out a little bit more. And I think, nowadays everyone needs a little bit of extra help. So you can join me in the next video as we dive deeper into discussing why Fiverr is the best freelance platform online. And then right after that, we're going to be diving into how you can optimize your profile. So stick with me and continue on. All right, guys. So here we are, and we are going to be diving into Fiverr's level system. And oh my gosh, just today, Fiverr released an update, and they're telling us that as of January 15th, 2008, we will all be getting evaluated on our performances every month and determine our levels accordingly. So that may be changing things up for a lot of people. I really don't know all the details about this and how everything will play out. But what I do know is that you want to give your best service, you want to stay active, and you want to do everything on your part to get good reviews and get a lot of reviews, because that's going to help you maintain your sales and your revenue amounts. Because now Fiverr didn't used to have it had a level where you were supposed to, a requirement for how much you were supposed to make to achieve each level. But now I don't know how that will change with the manual reviews every month, if those will be fluctuating so that, some people can become top sellers this month and then they're not top sellers the next month. I'm not 100% sure. I think that's what they're going after. So I think they kind of want to share the wealth a little bit more. Maybe that's what their attempts are. So I'm not 100% sure. We're going to have to see. But I do want to warn you guys that may be the reality of it. So it may be, you have to earn that top seller status every month. That may be what it'll be from now on. I'm not 100% sure. So, as a newbie seller, here are your requirements and your benefits. So you get 7 active gigs. You do have to be active in order to even reach level 1, you got to be active for at least 60 days. And, you can have 2 gig extras. So you have your basic gig, and then you get a $10 extra and a $20 extra as a newbie seller. And people can order up to 5 quantities of your gig. And then you still get to have custom offers, which did not used to be available as a newbie. So they've opened that up, and your earning clearance is 14 days instead of, I believe, 3 or 7. I'm not 100% sure. But I think they expanded that a little bit more. Also, so for level 1, to become a level 1, you have to complete at least 60 days as an active seller on Fiverr. You have to complete at least 10 individual different orders, and you have to earn at least $400. So they have started making these things more, like you have to earn more money to level up now. You have to maintain a 4.8 star rating over the course of 60 days. And of course, you need to keep your response rates at least 90% or higher for 60 days. You have to have your order completion rates at least 90%. And also your on-time deliveries have to be at least 90% over all of those 60 days. And you have to avoid receiving any warnings over the course of 30 days. So they are making it a little bit more challenging, but they're upping the competition because there's so many sellers on there and that offer really great service. So they're kind of going, you need to put your A game up, you need to step up your game and make sure that if you want this top seller status, you got to earn it, right? So the benefits that you get as a level 1, you get 10 active gigs. So you get 3 more gigs, you get 4 gig extras, you get a 10, 20, and a 40, and people can order up to 10 multiples or 10 quantities of your gigs. And then of course you still get your custom offers, and the earning clearance is still 14 days. And then as a level 2, this is where things really start to pick up in sales, because people just love working with those top levels. Like they love seeing those badges. So you have to complete at least 120 days as an active seller on Fiverr. You have to complete at least 50 individual orders and earn at least $2,000. So they've really bumped that up. That is probably the biggest change of all. So now, again, I don't know if that means per month now, or if that just means you have to at least earn $2,000 and then you can be considered. I know that's one of it for sure. You at least have to earn that much and then you're going to be considered. But I don't know now with those manual reviews every month if that means you have to earn that every month. That would be a lot if that were the case, because I know top sellers who don't even break $2,000. So we will see. But with that being said, you have to maintain a 4.8 star rating over the course of 60 days. Again, keep your response rates high, your completion rates high, and your delivery times high, or your on-time deliveries high, and receive any warnings for at least 60 days. And of course, when it comes to your benefits, you get 20 active gigs now. So that's a lot, right? You get way more earning potential. And you get 5 gig extras up to $50. People can order up to 15 quantities of your gigs at a time. And you get to send custom offers up to $10,000, which is pretty amazing. Like, I actually, when I was first started selling on Fiverr, I had to find clever ways that I could take people off of Fiverr just so I could be able to charge them more, because we didn't have all these gig packages and all that stuff. So now that they offer, that you can do custom offers up to $10,000, that is huge. That's a huge moneymaker. For, if you want to be able to do a monthly service or whatever, that's pretty awesome. You also get priority customer support, and you're eligible to be featured in promotional listings. I've had that done for me a few times. If you're a bestseller, like if you provide really popular gigs, that happens quite often. You're also eligible for the customer success program. I'm not too familiar with that. I think that's a newer thing. But what I think that is where you are featured either in Fiverr's promotional materials. I'm 99% sure that's what that's all about. And I've been asked to do that a couple times, but my materials never got chosen for actually being on their promotions. But you are eligible for that once you reach level 2, and then you still have an earning clearance of 14 days. And so once you finally reach the much desired top level seller, then the one thing that I do want to say is that this isn't guaranteed. So just because you make all of these requirements does not necessarily mean that you will become a top seller or a top rated seller guaranteed, because you have to be manually voted by an editor to become a top rated seller. However, I can say from speaking from experience that if you do all of these things, you will be much more likely to become a top rated seller. Fiverr's pretty good at wanting to promote their people because they know that it makes them more money as well. So with that being said, the requirements to become a top rated seller are you have to complete at least 180 days as an active seller. So there's not even a way to get around that 6-month mark. Like, you have to be on Fiverr for at least 6 months and deliver really great service. You have to complete at least 100 individual orders and have earned at least $20,000 now. I don't remember what the old amount used to be. I think maybe it used to be 15. But they've bumped that up now. You have to maintain at least a 4.8 star rating over the course of 60 days. And of course, your response rate's high, your order completion's high, on-time deliveries, just like all the rest. And you have to avoid receiving any warnings over the course of 6 months. I personally have never received a warning. But again, I try to follow all of Fiverr's TOS and all of their rules. So I have never really had a problem with that. The benefits you get 30 active gigs as a top seller. I'm going to play around with that and create more gigs and see if I can actually get some of these like more miscellaneous things to rank higher with some of the tips. I've just never done that. I always stayed in my personal little niche. I did it for a few other gigs like writing, but those are pretty closely related still. So I'm going to play around with that. I'm going to like go and make as many gigs as I can and see if I can still boost up this old account that I have and start ranking in other categories as well. And I encourage you to do the same. Make as many gigs as you can, because you never know. Like I said, I've played around with making, I think I made, the most I've ever made was 20 different gigs. And I left them run for a few months, but half of them didn't perform. But again, you can always go back and create new gigs. You can delete those old ones, create new ones, and see what happens. You might have some more that end up ranking really well and getting you sales, so you can double or triple your income. You get up to 6 gig extras, up to $100, and that means, so if you wanted to, you could charge, like you could have 6 or 5 different gig extras, because you have to have one basic gig that's like a lower amount. And then you could do $100, $100 extra, $100 extra, $100 extra. So that means you could earn up to like $600 extra dollars per gig, if you wanted to, and people actually bought that. That's huge earning potential is all I'm trying to say. And then people can go ahead and order up to 20 quantities of your gig, and you can send custom orders up to $10,000. You get VIP customer support. As a top seller, I get my support questions answered within 12 to 24 hours usually. And again, you have these same eligibilities for the promotional listings and the success program. And the biggest difference outside of course of how many gigs you can have in your gig extras is your earning clearance is only 7 days. All the rest of these levels are 14 days. So that's you can get paid out a lot quicker when you become a top rated seller. So that is everything in a nutshell. If you guys have any questions when it comes to definitions, simply come here to www.fiverr.com/levels, and that will give you all of these definitions. But everything's pretty straightforward, I think. Promotional listings, that was the only thing and here. One of Fiverr's success managers will help you grow your business and optimize your account. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, with all the tips that I'm giving you here today, I'm sure that you guys are going to be more than optimized, because I am a top seller, and I became a top seller without having their customer success program. So let's see how far we can get you guys. I know you guys are going to just knock it out the park with these things, because they're simple techniques and they're simple little things to do. But again, so many people don't do all of them, so they miss out on a lot. But if you do all of them together, it adds up to a big thing, right? Little things add up to a big thing. So with that being said, that is the Fiverr level system. I am so glad I got to catch you guys up on all of this, and I'm glad that just today they changed this so while I was making this video, so that way you guys are on the cutting edge of knowing what you need to do to become a top rated seller now on Fiverr going into 2018 and beyond. So with that being said, let's dive into the next video. And so with that being said, let's dive into the next video, which is all about Fiverr's commissions and why 20% is more than fair. All right, so in this video, we're going to be diving in and getting a little bit deeper, and we're going to be talking about how to choose a niche on Fiverr. There are over 160 possible different niches that you can choose from to set gigs for in Fiverr. So when you are asking yourself, okay, what gig should I offer? Here are 3 things that I want you to keep in mind. Number 1, what are the current best-selling gigs on Fiverr? That's going to help you know what people are highly seeking, right? You're going to know what they want to buy. And because it's one thing to just go ahead and put a gig out there that you think is a good idea, but you want a hungry market. So you want to know what the market wants and what it's demanding, so that you can give the solutions for that. The second thing that I want you to keep in mind is, what assets do you currently have at your disposal that you can use on Fiverr? This could be any number of things, really. I mean, I have seen some crazy things offered on Fiverr. You can offer, anything from like little sorts of trinkets. Like I've seen people make like jewelry for under $5. Maybe they have a jewelry business that they already are running, and they have little items that they've already created. That would be a great way to get rid of some extra inventory. Maybe it's very simple designs. You don't want to offer anything too elaborate, but now that Fiverr does offer those higher priced packages, you could offer things that are $100, $200 even. So you could even offer physical items like that. Another thing would be maybe you are located in a really big city with a lot of foot traffic. New York City, Boston, Miami, wherever it may be, any large city. You can offer to post flyers and things online so that people are able to see people's listings. I've seen a lot of those on Fiverr and they do pretty well. You could also offer, if you have a nice face, pretty face, you're a girl, you can offer to hold a sign for someone's business or company. Or I've even seen people will, paint their face or paint their bodies with, whatever your message may be. So that's another unique kind of thing that you can offer. Just think about what all of your assets are at your disposal. Maybe you have an online company, kind of like I did, although I kind of built my company as I went along in Fiverr, which you can do as well. But maybe you already offer online services. Think about those services that you offer. Can you break them down into smaller packages to offer $5, $10, $20 services on Fiverr, and then you can use that, and we'll talk about this later on, but then you can use that and expand your value ladder, and you can actually build a value ladder out on Fiverr. And like I said, I will show you exactly how to do that later on in this course. So stay with me, watch all the videos all the way through, and it's going to make sense of how you can really build a business even just starting on Fiverr, and how that will grow out and expand into other regions. So the third thing that I want you to keep in mind is time. How much time do you have to spend on Fiverr? And I don't necessarily mean let me clarify. Now, as I've mentioned before, once you start your account and you have gigs set up, just go ahead and keep that Fiverr window open all day. That way you can reply back to messages as soon as possible and keep that response rate high. That is going to help you get more sales and going to help you be better at customer service for serving your people. Now, so I don't mean necessarily hours that you're on Fiverr, but actually hours that you're delivering. So how much time do you actually have to fulfill these gigs? And that's a very important thing to keep in mind, because you may see some great ideas here on Fiverr for things that people are offering, but maybe you don't have all of those tools and know-how and setup to be able to implement all of those things quickly. So think about what is close at hand, right? And that's really what Fiverr is all about. What do you already have at your disposal that you can offer for others that'll be a great value for helping them grow their businesses? Remember, that's most of what Fiverr is small to medium business owners. And those are the people that you're going to be serving. So with that in mind, I want you to just keep those three things. Bestsellers. What are the bestsellers? What are your current assets that you can easily freelance out to others? And how much time do you have to deliver on these gigs every day? So if you don't have a lot of time, you need to make sure that you can really get these gigs done quickly. And the rule of thumb that I like to use is $1 per minute. So if you have a $5 gig, that gig shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to deliver. That may sound like, oh, that's a little cheap, but here in America especially, that's about equivalent to our time, and for some people, unfortunately, they get paid a lot less than that. However, to really make Fiverr be worth your time and your energy, that's my rule of thumb. That's what I recommend doing. That's the way that you can actually make a good sum of money without spending too much time and energy that feels like, you're not getting much back in return. So you want to make sure that everything that you're doing is worth your time, but you're not spending too much time delivering these gigs. So rule of thumb, $1 per minute. So $5 gig, 5 minutes delivery. With that being said, those are the three main important things I want you to keep in mind when you're asking yourself, what gig should I be creating? In the next video, we will dive even deeper and we will do a little bit of research and showing you how to find the best-selling gigs on Fiverr so that you can make the best decisions in what to offer. So stick with me in the next video. Okay guys, moving right along. So in this video, I just want to show you how I go about creating a new gig. Basically, we're going to be doing the first half, which is how to find your competition, how to find the best-selling gigs in that category or subcategory, and then how to begin crafting your own gig from the best-selling gigs. All right, so let's say that you wanted to offer book cover services. This guy looks really cool. He's got a ton of 5-star reviews there. So does this person. So we're going to use him too. And them too. And sure, why not them too? So we have 4 really great selling gigs here. In fact, maybe you don't even want to use the first one. These guys have over 1,000 reviews each. But you can see this is an excellent Fiverr cover because it's eye-catching. It stands out when you see all these other gig offerings. Like, he definitely stands out there. So does that one and this one. So you can kind of see like why these people are bestsellers, right? They know how to capture attention. So does this person here through the noise of the Fiverr page here, results page. So that's just another thing to keep in mind. So as we are success hacking, take notice of what their cover image is, right? Their gig cover image. Take notice of, because I even success hack these things. I know it may seem like a little small thing, but don't take this for granted because this is your storefront on Fiverr. So you want to take notice of what their gig cover image is. Take notice if they're using packages. A lot of people are using packages nowadays, especially in the graphic categories. You also want to notice what their prices are. And then what I like to do, I'll open a Word doc. And I will simply copy and paste there. You can even copy and paste those questions too if you want. So boom, there you go. And this is what I do for all of these gigs right here. Again, take note of, you can even save these images so that you can copy your own version of them later, just to kind of get an idea of like, ooh, I like their layout here. I like how they set these things up. You can add your own book covers and everything, of course. And this is just success hacking, guys, right? That's all that this is. And if you don't have to copy and paste all of these like I do, but it just helps me be able to see what I'm working with a little bit better and be able to craft my own thing. So after I do all that, I will just come in here and I'll pick out, what are some of these keywords that they're using a lot of, because that's really important. The other way that you can do that too, pick out keywords, and this is probably an even better way initially when you're first starting, is come in here and go, oh, what do you want to offer? Book. Just type in book. And you can see all the different book services that are really popular, right? So this is how you're getting to see like the most popular gigs here. So social book marketing, children's book illustration, book promotion, book cover, right? All book. So these are all the most popular services for book. What if we did marketing? email marketing, Instagram, social media, Twitter, affiliate, So those are the most popular marketing services according to auto search. And these, again, this isn't the end all be all, but this is giving you a really good idea of what those most popular services are that people want, which is where you want to start, because that's where you're going to make the most money, obviously. Let's type in one more thing. Writing. Article writing is huge on Fiverr. If you guys can write fast and type fast, transcriptions are huge. Article writing is huge. Yeah, resume writing, blog content, all of that stuff. Everyone needs that. So, audio. Let's type in audio. Yeah, there you go. So again, like, there's all of these things, and that's probably the best way that I recommend to get started with, like, if you're really stuck, if you just don't know what you want to offer, coming here to auto search, just type in some things and you can start getting ideas of what the best-selling things are that people want. And then, of course, after you have an idea, come in here, do our little success hacking thing where you find the top providers for those gigs, and then you're going to come here to your Word doc and you're going to be able to break down what you should be putting in your description. So, it's pretty self-explanatory. Obviously, they're using book covers. That's a keyword here. They are describing that their quality is better than having a quantity. They're describing their own personal, like, why you should buy from them, which is always good. You want to include that somewhere in your description, usually, like, why are you the best? Why should I buy from you? Marketing experience, here, design and covers. They're actually not using too many keywords inside of their description here. Fiction cover design. So cover design and design covers and book covers. So you're just picking out these keywords that you'll be able to use in your own gig. And then you can come down here, see what they're using. Cover. So cover, book cover is a term. And then what I like to do after you have read through each of these gigs, then I will simply start crafting my own, and we will do that in the next video. So stay with me. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be talking about how to differentiate your offer from the other best-selling gigs in that subcategory. So, here is a service that I found that's for a gig that I'm about to create. That's very similar to it. It's the same type of service. So basically, I found a gig here that will be offering the exact same service that I will. They are offering about the same price points that I'll be offering. And I liked their gig description and how they laid everything out. So I decided I was going to success hack them. And I've brought their description into this Word document. So this is theirs word for word. Okay. And then I started recrafting it to make it new. So it's very similar, but it is different. And the good news is, when I first started on Fiverr was extremely picky and particular with your gig descriptions. So it was a lot more picky on, like, success hacking other people's gigs. Basically, you couldn't copy a lot of the same text word for word. They would you would get, like, flagged for that. But over the years, with a lot of new users, I think they've kind of cut back on duplicated content. They don't really care about that within gigs as much as just, are you going to sell? I don't know, but it's kind of left up to you. So they're less picky about that, which is good for you guys because it makes hacking other people's gig descriptions a lot easier. Now, that doesn't mean that you should use everything word for word. You should still make it your own. And that's what we're going to do right here. So as you can see, it's very similar. I will manually submit your article or PDF to the top 50 document submission sites. And mine is, I will do manual article or PDF submission to the top 50 document sharing sites. So it's very similar, right? But it is different. And that's all that we're looking to do is it can be similar. We want to keep the message the same because, again, they got good results here with this. We want to get good results with our gig too. So we want to keep it very similar. And, I kept the formatting similar to them too. So they had this is their title, then they have a subheader, another a little header here, and then they go into describing the gig. I did a very similar thing. I actually did 3 headers and then went into my gig description. I added a few more details than they had. We are submitting to the same sites, so I kept the sites that they suggested the same, but I just moved the order around so that it was different for Fiverr's for just differentiating the gigs so that it doesn't look identical. But I kept all of the same information pretty much. Even here, I think I changed this part around a little bit. And I took out PowerPoint because I didn't want to deal with that. So, and then I added my own little things down here. But again, I just wanted to show you how similar it can be as long as you're adding some differentiation, right? You can't just go copy someone else's gig and slap it up there. Maybe you can nowadays, but I really wouldn't recommend it. I would still make it your own. You want to add your own flair and language to it. And obviously you want to make it personal to your specific gig that you are going to be delivering. So with that being said, I just want to show you that it's very easy to success hack the best sellers on Fiverr and take what's working for their gigs and make it work for yours. So join me in the next video as we continue on to create a new gig and how you can go about doing that. All right, so now that you guys know how to pick out the best-selling gigs on Fiverr and how to success hack the competition and how to differentiate your gig, now it's time to optimize your profile. So that being said, we're going to come over here, click on your username, and really you can do this as soon as you start your profile if you already know what types of things you'll be offering. If you know those types of keywords, let's say that you want to go into digital marketing like I did, but there's a bunch of different things that you can go into within digital marketing, right? Like social media, SEO, content, video, there's a million different things. So or at least by this time, you should have a good idea of the services that you want to offer so that you can have beginning a list of those keywords. And these are giving you some keywords right here, right? Like SEO, social media, just depending on what you want to go into. Let's say it's SEO. You can click on SEO and come over here and you can start to see some other terms that they relate under SEO. So off-site optimization, on-site optimization, keyword research, SEO plugins. I also know that WordPress is a big keyword as well. So SEO report optimization. You can use, these are all keywords that will be highly used within Fiverr, especially these right here. Anything that you see that's under refined results in here, I recommend using those as keywords. Now, you will also, as we go in further in the next few videos, you'll see that when you go to create a gig and there's a place for tags, it kind of works like auto search does. So, you'll type in SEO and you'll get to see SEO there, or SEO backlinks, or SEO services. So it'll kind of prompt you for what some of those terms will be. Now, just to give you a quick tour here into how to do this. Oh, again, this is a part that can be optimized. So you want to go in here and, let's say that you're a writer. I would use writing definitely as a keyword. You at least try to fit in one keyword within your tagline here. And then I would also try to fit in a couple keywords within your description. So, for me, I had SEO. I used keywords, keyword research, right? I specialize in keyword research, AdWord campaigns. So again, just also Google. That's another keyword here on Fiverr, online reputations. So I just wanted to give you a really quick idea of how you can use. I want you to use all of this real estate to your advantage, because it really does help. All these little things together create a big thing, and that's getting you on the first page of Fiverr, becoming a bestseller, top seller. So all these little things will help you accomplish that. And then, of course, your skills. I don't know how much this actually plays into helping you increase your visibility on Fiverr, but I do know that it can't hurt by any means. And in fact, I definitely recommend putting in as much here as you can. Don't put like 101 things. I don't know if there is a limit. I haven't reached a limit yet, and I have quite a few here. But try to stick to the closest related services and skills as possible, because obviously, if most of your gigs are digital marketing related, you probably wouldn't want to put cooking in here, right? It just doesn't make sense. So stick to whatever gigs that you're offering, stick to those types of skills that you're listing here. Outside of that, you can also list education if you'd like, or certifications. And I mean, that is pretty simple and straightforward, right? Like, there isn't too much to it. It's not like a Facebook profile where you have like 10 different things that you can fill out. There's just a few simple things here to fill out, and that's it. And like I said, if you are highly active on social media, I do recommend linking these accounts, and it'll make logging in easier for you as well. And it will also help you encourage those social shares. When people give you a great review, then they can also social share. And you don't have to have these accounts linked to social share, but it encourages it. So those are just some tips that I wanted to give you guys when filling out your profile. I recommend that you have a face, a picture of yourself. Some people don't do that, but I do see that people that have a face here, they tend to sell more and get more sales. So people buy from people, right? And that's the thing to remember, is that whatever we're doing, whether it be writing our gig description or filling out our profile, people are buying from people, and they want to know why they should buy from you. So in all of our images here and all of our cover photos, we want to make sure that we are representing ourselves in the best way that we can, and that's what it's all about. So join me in the next video and we'll dive even deeper into getting our gigs started. Okay guys, we're moving right along. So now we are actually getting into the actual gig creation and optimization. So from this page here, which is our account page, just go into selling and then gigs. And I do not have very many gigs active right now. Like I said, I've been a little off of Fiverr for a while, but that's okay. So let me check this real quick. Yep, here we go. So I had already began this gig creation the other day, and we will finish it together. Just come in here, click edit. So I already have my title. Here's where you're going to pick your categories and then your subcategories. And if you guys are really stuck, like you're just getting started and you're like, I've been looking around, I still don't really know, or you're stuck on keywords, you can always come into this section here where the gig creation, and you can play around with this and look like, okay, well, here's the biggest categories, right? And I'm going into digital marketing, and then pick the best subcategory that fits this gig. So for this one, we're doing document sharing sites, so that's going to be content marketing. And then it's a service type. This is new. They actually used to just have the main category and the subcategory, but now they're actually doing service types too, which is really helpful for people that are trying to find those services. And this takes a little bit of time. Sometimes it lags. I'm not really sure why. Everything else goes really quickly. Okay, so here. Content promotion is what it's going to be for me. And here, don't get too caught up in this. If this works for you, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And what I mean by that is, like in this gig for myself, none of these apply to me. So, it's saying Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Most of these are just, the top social media sites, and then it's a personal blog or email. Well, I'm not engaging on any of those platforms. And you can suggest other, but it's just one. And I'm doing 50 different document sharing sites. So this just isn't, it doesn't apply to me. It's just not relevant. So I just skip over it. I know it says gig metadata, and I know a lot of people might go, oh, but SEO, and don't worry about it. If it doesn't apply, it just doesn't apply, and it's not going to be that big of a deal because this is a newer feature and it's not going to make or break, I promise. Then we come down here into search tags, and this is the area I was talking about before where I said, if you got really stuck, come to this section here and it will help you out with some keywords. So, file, it did again, file sharing. There we go. Like, see how it's giving you some different things here, and you can enter up to 5 different terms. So yeah, I mean, this is a really helpful. In fact, when I first started making gigs on Fiverr, I just came in here and played around with this for a little bit just to see what some of the keywords were. Back before they had their auto search the way it is now, and everything was a little bit more basic back then. So this really helped me out a lot. You can save and continue. We're going to go to the next section. It won't take you to the next section. So you got to go. Oh, I was wrong. Sorry, guys. So it does automatically take you to the next section, scope and pricing. This is where you're going to set up your packages. And sometimes this isn't enabled. I'm not going to disable it because I'll lose my info, but you don't have to offer packages if you don't want to. But a lot of people are doing that nowadays because they find that it makes them more money. So go ahead and set all of the information that you have here. You can name your packages whatever you want. Most people just stick to the basic, standard, or premium names because it makes it simple, since Fiverr has already started people on that terminology. So I recommend just sticking with that and naming your own packages. Don't get too fancy. It'll just confuse people. You can set your gig delivery times here. You can go all the way to 29 days. So whatever works for you. You know, you have almost a whole month to be able to deliver something. Personally, I have never delivered anything that's more than 10 days. I just find that people will forget about it, and you won't tend to get as many reviews because people are just almost disassociated from when they ordered to when you delivered, and there's so much that happens in between there that they kind of forget. So I do recommend delivering as quickly as possible. That's going to help you get more money, more sales, but sometimes it's just not always possible. And when you're ordering, when you get to like a level 1 or level 2 and you start ordering or being able to offer those gig extras, having like a 3 or 4 delivery turnaround period is quite all right, because it allows you to be able to offer an extra fast delivery that people will pay extra for. So, you know, when you're first starting out, try to deliver as quickly as you can. But as you go on and you get more reviews and more sales and you have more of a reputation on Fiverr, then you can go ahead and up your delivery time a little bit, so that if you want to get paid extra for that extra fast delivery, you can. These are newer things here. Audience size. It's kind of like if you were, let's say, sending out a newsletter blast to your email list, then you could give them some kind of idea of what the audience size might be. Or maybe you're posting a guest post on your blog or another blog, and they have a certain amount of traffic every month or a certain amount of members, then you can give them ideas of audience size. So it's kind of, that's a very niche related thing. You can see here that I'm not even using it for this gig. It just doesn't apply. So anything that doesn't apply, you don't need to even select an option. Like guest posts. I'm not doing guest posts, so that doesn't apply. Keyword research doesn't apply in this particular gig. Neither does links or bookmarks. And then, of course, you get to set your prices. And the price, Fiverr has really extended this, so you guys, you're going to love it. You guys can, now I know that I am a top seller, so I do get, like, this is as much as you guys can charge. I think for when you're just starting out, you are limited to, I think maybe, I'm not even sure what the limits are now, but you are limited, and then you get to charge more as you increase your seller rankings. So, I mean, if I wanted to, I could start my packages out at almost $1,000. But how many sales am I going to get? Probably not very many, because we're on Fiverr. So that's just something to keep in mind. I'm starting mine out at $10 for this service. And then, of course, you get to add your gig extras besides the packages, which is so cool. And this is why you want to work hard to become a top seller, because you get all of these features and you get quite a lot of them. In fact, you know, if you wanted, you could add, I think, let me see here. I think you can add 6 gig extras. Yep, that's correct. So that's a lot, right? That's a lot of opportunities to be able to add on a lot of money. Like if they want an extra guest post, boom, $40 more, $30 more, 50, right? So this here is where all the magic happens, is through your gig extras and through your packages. So with that being said, let's move on. And I will show you guys the description area. And while this is loading, I just want to quickly share with you like why I put this in a Word document first and then put it into Fiverr. It just makes it a lot easier to edit, especially when you're adding things like bullet points. Now, sometimes the formatting can get a little tricky and it won't copy over the bullet points or some of that stuff like that. But it does make it a lot easier as far as your capitalizations and even font size sometimes can transition over. It just makes it a lot easier to see everything and edit it here in Word first and then go into the Fiverr system. So as you can see here, we're in the description. Everything looks pretty similar to the way I had it in the Word doc. I added little stars here instead of bullet points just to capture attention more, which is something cool that Fiverr allows you to do. You can add those little symbols in there. And it really does help. Like any way that you can break up this monotony and capture attention, like use those things to your advantage. And I used almost all of the characters. Not quite. I could put more info in here if I wanted to, but I feel like I covered everything that I needed to. And for this gig, I didn't bother with the FAQ. I do recommend it if you are just now getting started and you're setting up everything for the first time. Go ahead and, like I said, success hack others by just copying and pasting what their questions were, and then you can even copy and paste their answers. I usually don't even bother with differentiating that. It doesn't seem that Fiverr seems to mind at all. So that's just a way to add more value to your gig in case people do have questions, and it'll cut down on your messages some. But again, you still have to reply back to messages. Don't just blow them off. That is part of offering your Fiverr services. So we will move on. And this requirement section is what people see after they order. So thank you for ordering. You can put anything you want here. You only have 450 characters, so you can't put a ton of stuff. But I do like to thank them for ordering, and then please provide whatever it is. And then I like to number them. I've actually played around with this since I first started on Fiverr. I didn't used to number things. I would just kind of like put I would do a little dash mark and then whatever the thing was. But I found that people would actually skip over some things. So the numbers seem to help a lot. Just and a lot of other Fiverr sellers do that too. So the numbers, I don't know, it just makes people go, here's the checklist of things that I need, and it works a lot better. So I recommend numbering the items. And if there's anything that is optional, like let's say that let's put number 5, and I'll do it like this. I'll do 5, and then optional, and then AdWords login. Whatever it may be. But that's just a way to ask for more information. And if you do run out of space here, I'm pretty sure that it'll let you add one more requirement. But for the most part, you want to keep it within 450 characters. That's best. So we're going to save. And this gallery part coming up right here is where you can add in, of course, your the first photo that you add is going to be your gig cover photo. So you want to spend some time on this. This is something that I made, and this isn't even as great as it could be or should be, but I had to do this quickly. So I just wanted something that was very bright and attention getting, and then I go ahead and I insert another photo of like what the delivery will look like. So you can add up to 3 photos here, and I do recommend that you add as many as possible. People really like to see what it is that you are going to be delivering and what they're going to be getting, and that's going to help you make more sales. So especially if you are doing something like graphic design, logo design, anything that is visual, add as many pictures here as you can. And I think if you are in the graphic design category, you're allowed to add way more photos. I'm pretty sure they have like 6, maybe even 10. I'm not even sure how many, but I know it's a lot more than 3. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Here is something I'm going to be going over in the next video. This is your gig video, and a lot of sellers don't do this, but they are missing out on a lot of sales. I've always, except for maybe my very first gig. I don't think my first gig had a video, but then I started doing videos and all of my gigs took off and I got a lot more sales. So I recommend doing this. They're not displayed the same way that they used to be. Fiverr really used to make the video prominent. Now they just make this cover photo prominent, but I still recommend it, and it's going to boost your sales as well. And we'll talk about that in the next videos coming up. And then here you can insert a PDF if that relates to your gig at all. So that covers building your gig. Again, before we move on to publishing, we are going to cover how to create a gig video in the next step. So stick with me through that. I hope I made this quick, simple, and easy for you guys. It really isn't too hard at all. The one thing I do want to mention though is that while you can save this, like you guys saw, you can save this as a draft and come back to it later. You do need, I recommend publishing your video or creating your video and uploading it before you publish. It just seems to help with your rankings in Fiverr. I'm not really sure why that is. Like, instead of creating the gig without a video and then uploading the video later, if you upload the video right away when you create your gig, it does seem to boost your rankings more. I've done both, and for whatever reason, the ones that I uploaded the video right away always took off and did better. So that's just a tip that I wanted to give you guys. And stick with me in the next video, and I will show you guys how to make your quick 1-minute Fiverr videos for your gigs. Where you don't have the skills for Fiverr, I'm going to put your mind at ease, because there are tons of things that you can still offer, even if you don't have a bunch of skills like technical skills or writing or typing or whatever. So I just wanted to quickly show you. We're here on the Fiverr homepage, and let's go over to fun and lifestyle. This category is kind of like the category for people that don't have skills, but you can still make money and you can still offer gigs. So let's just go into your message on ... This is probably one of the simplest gigs you could ever offer. You can see women are very popular. You can be a model for someone. You can paint someone's logo on your body. You know, I'm just giving you guys ideas. Like, these are some crazy things, but at the same time, you know, if you're pretty, you got a nice face, you can be someone's model for their product or their service or their company. There's a unique one. I will print custom vinyl stickers. Like, this is probably an actual print shop, right? Alien print shop. And this is just something that they can offer very cheap and affordable. And it's a great like front end for them. So there's one thing. We will be your male and female models, you know, or couple models. That's a new one. I will be your full body model. I will put your logo on different places. That's kind of like a graphic service. There's one. I will fly my drone to your message on the beach. So that's the kind of cool one I had never seen before. Here are some of those funny ones, like I will sing a birthday message. I will write a message somewhere. Like these are, they're unique, but none of these are like, there you go, I will eat a banana with your message on it. Look, she's got 95 reviews. That's kind of crazy for something just like, it's silly, right? It's almost like, what? Why would people pay for that? But they do, and she's gotten a ton of reviews. I will hold your sign or message. So this is just to give you some ideas. Let's go out. Let's find another category quickly. Let's go health, nutrition, fitness. Let's see what they got. So writing a health article, be a professional fitness model, create a custom full HD video cooking recipe. That's cool. Be a testimonial video for people. That is a hot service. People are always in need of more testimonials. I'll be your female video fitness workout or sports gym model. So that's a really popular service. The fitness videos. Again, anything that is going to add value to someone's life, especially if they can use it in their business. So, just get creative. Maybe you have, maybe you have a collection of videos, or maybe you have a collection of quotes or something that you've already made. You can sell that. Here's, I will design 50 wellness quotes. And this is so easy, you guys. Like, there's so many online programs now where you can make quotes and easily edit digital photos like this. So it's just, I want to give you guys some ideas of unique things that you can do. Even if you don't have expertise, there's a lot of things that you can still do. Where's another one? Online lessons. I don't think I've looked in this one before. Okay, so yeah, these are like people that have specialty, certain knowledge and things. Like, I will help you in math, algebra. That's cool. Yeah, a lot of math services in this category. I've actually never looked inside here before. And then arts and crafts. Like, there's just use your imagination, get creative. Think about, like I said before, think about what's close at hand. What assets do you have that you can easily, within 5-10 minutes, just divvy out some services that'll help people. Give you 5 interior design ideas for your room. There you go. And that's a great front end thing for someone who's like an interior designer or something. That's awesome. There's a very unique one. I will give my expert second opinion on any radiology scan, MRI or any thing like that. That's very interesting. So there's a lot of things here you can offer. I will send you 30 origami hearts whenever you want or wherever you want. 45 orders for that, So it's just like, what can you do? What can you do, and how can you make it quick and easy to deliver? And if you can do that, then you've got yourself some gigs. So, I mean, it probably the simplest offer that you can do is holding a sign for someone with their company or their logo or their business on it, or, painting your face or your hand or something on yourself, or being someone's model, or doing a review. Those are probably some of the quickest and easiest services that you can offer that don't really require any skills or knowledge or know-how. The other ones I would recommend is like app reviews. Those are huge, and those don't require any specialty knowledge or anything like that. So we're all humans. We're able to, read and write and leave reviews for people. And even if you can't read or write, you can speak and you can offer your expertise like that. And even if you can't speak, you can take a picture with something. So there's something for everyone on Fiverr, even if you don't have skills. And I hope that I've just shown you that with the very few gigs that I've showed you here. You can come inside here and play around in this section, and there's a ton of stuff. You could just be laughing all day, even with some of the pranks and stunts and viral video things that they offer on here. It's pretty crazy. So I just wanted to give you guys a few ideas. There's no need to worry if you don't think that you have any type of specialty skills. You do. Everything can be utilized in some way. So just find a way of being valuable. Even if it's leaving a review for someone, that is value. So with that being said, let's move on to the next video, and we will dive even deeper in getting you and making you a top seller on Fiverr. Okay, so in this quick video, I'm just going to be showing you how to optimize your gig title, and this will help you get more sales and ultimately then reviews on Fiverr. So, let's just start. I am here in keyword research, and this gig right here looks like it could be optimized a little bit. Now, I just want you guys to notice, like, he's doing all right. He has 40 reviews so far. But I want you guys to notice that now this part is always added. Like, Fiverr adds that automatically. So that you don't even have to write I will. But it begins with do low competition SEO keywords research. Now, he began this sentence here, his title, with actually, this is not a keyword. Now, the gigs that are best sellers typically begin with a keyword, or it'll have a keyword in the second place right here. So I'll show you mine. Here's my gigs. So again, this is probably the only one of my gigs that did not start off with a keyword. And actually, I've been very successful with this gig, but it's probably also because it's such a sexy offer. Like, I'll show you how to rank page 1 in Google for one keyword, and everyone wants to know how to rank page 1 in Google. So I just happened to, that was just a great title to have. But almost all of my other gigs, I begin with keywords. And if it's not in the very first place, it's at least in the second place. So what I mean by that is the Fiverr always adds that little I will. So you don't even have to worry about that. That doesn't take up any of your title characters. I will do keyword research for 5 best industry keywords and submit press release. Like, submit was even a keyword, and press release is a keyword, and keyword research are both keywords. So I'm just trying to get this in your head of why it's better to begin your gigs with keywords, because it'll help you show up quicker. So like this is one that could use a little help, right? He could have started off with, I will do SEO keywords research for low competition, or I will do SEO research. I will do SEO low competition keyword research or something, but at least get in, a keyword term. He has 3 keywords here, or I'm sorry, 3 words here before he even gets to a keyword. So that could use a little optimizing. Most of these, though, if we go back, most of these gig titles do begin with keywords. Like, I will do keyword research. I will perform keyword research. I will do keyword research, right? So again, most people, I will do SEO keyword research. People that are starting off with these keywords, you can even see like they tend to have more reviews and more sales, right? And they have more reviews because they have more sales. So it all goes hand in hand. And that's how simple and easy it is to optimize your title. Just begin with a keyword. You can add in one word here, like your action word, right? I will do, I will perform, I will write, I will whatever it may be. And then boom, go right into your keyword. And that is going to help you make a lot more sales on Fiverr. Okay, so in this video, we're going to talk about how to optimize your gig description so that you get more sales and clicks. Now, don't mind my terrible, terrible haircut right there in that video, but I just wanted to quickly show you. This is my most popular gig that I've had on Fiverr for the last 3 years. And this is my description. So I always start off with a heading, a headline of some kind. And you want to make that headline be the whole reason why they want your gig. So for me, it's like, start with the most crucial step, research. And I could have even put keyword research in there, which I probably should have. I think I ran out of characters. But regardless, start with the most crucial step, research. And it's getting people's attention. Okay, why I need it. For $5, I'm telling them what they're going to be receiving for the basic gig. And I always do this in all of my gigs. It seems to work really well because in a lot of my gigs, I have those gig extras and I have other higher packages, right? So I want to make sure that people know what they're getting for just $5 and then everything else that they ordered that's extra, that's that. But I want them to know exactly, if you order $5, here's what you're going to get for just $5. So I always make sure that's one of the first things that I explain in my gig description. Now, one of the other first things that you can talk about that a lot of other sellers do is they talk about themselves, of why you should order from them and why their gig is the best quality. I usually do that later down here. I find that describing what this gig is going to deliver is much better at converting people. And then once you get down here at the bottom, if you want to explain why you're the best and why your service is great, down at the bottom is a better place to do that. So here I like to add in like another little header, organic keyword competition, only included with the extras. This is what makes my gig so special on Fiverr. I'm the only one on Fiverr that offers organic keyword competition, which means like that's going to show you how long it takes to rank your keyword in Google, which is really important. Like bloggers and anyone that's trying to get organic traffic, they need to know that. They could be going after a keyword that they're never going to rank for, and they're just going to be writing blog post after blog post around these really hard to rank terms that they're never going to rank for. So I find them terms that are going to be low competition and terms that they can rank for within a matter of weeks. So that's why I let them know you're only going to get that if you order my higher packages. That does not come with the basic. Then go ahead, I give them like a command. Order the extras for serious keyword research. Order the extras for to find out ... whatever it may be. I always add in like a command in there. And then I sometimes will, depending on what the gig is, sometimes I need to explain the gig more. Like for some of my SEO gigs and like the backlink services, I would explain how I go about building those backlinks and what it's going to do for them. But in this gig, pretty much everyone knows what keyword research is, so I just go into describing what my packages are. So again, those are just a few different ways that you can go about setting up this gig description. And then I go into, I put another header here just to break things up. You really want to make it easy to read, right? So I go ahead and add another header, and then I put in our keyword research removes the guesswork to give you the best opportunity to rank higher in Google. So I'm telling them what the benefits are of working with me versus other sellers. And then I go into a little bit more of what is that organic keyword research and why do you need it. And then here's my no-nos. Always, if you do have things that you do not accept, be sure that you put that in the gig description so that way those types of people aren't ordering from you. And in the beginning, I didn't have this. I didn't set rules like that. But later on, there's reasons why, and not everyone does this. Not everyone needs to have these types of disclaimers. But for SEO and a lot of digital marketing, especially when you're doing certain sites like site submission, there's certain third-party websites that won't accept gambling or adult material or things like that. So therefore, it just doesn't benefit me to work with those people. So I even let them know no refunds for keyword research or consultations because you're also paying for my time. Read before you buy. So yeah, that's a gig description in a nutshell of how you should go about laying it out. Use lots of headers, break things up, use bullet points where you can. I could have even gone in here and added little fancy stars or whatever, but I thought with the dollar signs, it was broken up enough that it captures the eye. And yeah, use up as much of your gig description as you can because that's only going to help people understand what your gig is about, if it's for them, and why they should buy from you. So I hope this has been helpful. It's very simple, very easy, and it doesn't take too much time or effort to make a really well-crafted gig description. Hey guys, in this quick video, I'm just going to be talking about the value ladder and that whole concept. And then we'll be breaking down the value ladder on Fiverr and off Fiverr. But before we dive into that, I just want to quickly cover what a value ladder is and then some small details beyond that. So what is a value ladder? Well, basically, it's a way to structure your business that appeals to your target audience at every point in their buying process. Now, if you're not familiar with the typical buying process that a customer goes through, it looks something like this. So basically, this whole thing is describing what a typical customer goes through when they need something. So it all begins with a need or a pain point, and that's where this need recognition comes in. And in just a few minutes, I will break down also each type of customer because each one of these points in here represents a different kind of customer. So initially, during their first bits of research, they may not even know they have a problem. So they're going to be unaware right in here. And then they're going to begin looking for more information, right? And then, of course, as they become more aware of the types of information and the types of things that they're looking at, then, of course, they're going to start comparing different sites or different product manufacturers or different service providers. It may be a number of things. And then once they're at this point in the process of making a purchase decision, then they're going to go ahead and start asking, who do I want to purchase with, right? Now that you have all these options of people, you're really breaking down who's the best provider, who's going to give me the best service, who's going to give me the best price, what's going to be the best value, etc. And then, of course, after you purchase, you go on to your post-purchase behaviors. Maybe that's sharing on social media. Maybe that's telling a friend or family member about your experience. Maybe it's leaving a review. There may be a number of things in this stage, in this step of the process. So that I just wanted to break down quickly for you, because this is important when we are breaking down our value ladder, because each step of our value ladder represents a different step in this process. So quickly, let's just go back over here to the drawing pad, and I'm going to break this down for you. So basically, in case you don't know already, let's just say let's just use this as our value ladder. Now, as we move along, the price is going to increase, and also our value is going to increase as well. So with that being said, as we start out, you might want to start it with a freebie offer. And this could be any number of things. It could be, if you have a blog, it may be a lead magnet where it's just a quick PDF or a free worksheet, or a printable. It may be any number of things that you want to give away for free, just to show people what your quality is, what you're all about, what your message is, what you have to offer them. And obviously you're just giving them a little bit more information in that freebie. And this is a great place to start out with anyone, right? Especially for cold traffic, people who don't know you, like you, or trust you yet. So that's what a freebie offer is good for. Now you're going to have something that's $5 to $20 here, right? And you could even go up to 50, I suppose, but you want a low front end offer for people. This is going to be your point where you begin to qualify buyers at this stage, right? So one big thing, who cares if you have a list of 10,000 freebie seekers, right? What you really want are the people who are willing to pull out their wallets and spend money with you, because that's how you're going to build your business. So this is a low front end offer. And of course, this is also why Fiverr works so great, right? Because Fiverr knows, let's just get people in the door for $5. Once they've spent $5, it's easier to get them to spend $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $100, $1,000 with you, right? So that's why Fiverr works so well. And this is also why I recommend, when you're just starting out on Fiverr, leave your packages, set your packages starting at $5, because that's a perfect low front end offer. Now, when you are doing other offers off of Fiverr, maybe you have your own website and you want to sell your own products, a good place to start would be maybe the $7 range, and anything up to around the $19.95 or $20 range. Now, moving on from here, you're going to have something that's, let's say, $30 to $100. And then we're going to move up from there, say $200 to $1,000. And then you can keep moving up, if you have, and ideally, this is what you want to have. Ideally, we want to go even further here. And we want to go up to 5,000, 10,000. And you're going to offer something like a coaching program or consulting, or, one-on-one type of thing where you're giving them personal customized service, or, something that's, you're going above and beyond. Maybe it's a special event that you're hosting, or maybe it's a week-long camp or something like that, but you're giving excellent value And at every point here, you are actually speaking to a different type of customer. And what that means is, let me see if I can make this smaller for you guys. There we go. Okay. So what that means is, at this freebie point, these are people that don't know you at all, right? These are people that maybe they don't know you, but it's a low enough price point that they're willing to give you a try. And then over here, you have people that want to learn even more from you because they've seen that you've given them great value for a low price point. They want to learn more. They want to spend more with you. They want to get to know you better, get to know your solutions, etc. And then obviously you're going to keep walking them up and keep walking them up, right? And you may have, a step in between these two, right? So how many steps you have is not as important as making sure that you actually have a value ladder built out and you have those offerings. Because let's say, that you have a website, maybe you're selling services, maybe you're selling marketing services or whatever, and you start out at, let's just say like $250 a month, right? That's a decent price point. So instead of just having one package and having people go, you either buy this $250 or you buy nothing, why not offer them something else? Go, well, if you don't want that package, we also offer a $500 package, or we also offer a $1,000 package if you don't want to do any of it and you want us to take care of all of it, or whatever. So having these packages speaks to different types of customers. Now, let's go into that for a moment. Let's get that out of the way. So what I mean by that, and we've touched on this just a little bit, but let's touch on it even more, is you're going to have people that, again, the cold traffic. People that don't know you, they don't know if they like you, they don't know if they trust you, they're strangers, right? So you want to offer something free or a very low-end product just to be able to get them in the door, show them your value. Now, these are people that may be completely unaware, right? We would call these unaware. Sorry, that's really messy. People that are unaware. And they may or may not be, they may not know that they have a problem yet, right? Because every product, every service starts with a problem, right? So, maybe you want longer hair, maybe you want to run a better business, you want to learn how to grow your business, you want to learn how you can make more money online in your free time, whatever it may be. It all starts usually with a problem. Now, if someone is not aware that they have a problem, then you need to educate them on why they may need your product or service in the first place, right? So that's why a freebie offer can be really good. You're educating them. They may be problem aware, which we could still be in the cold category, but now they're at least aware that there's a problem that needs to be solved. So that's the next place, right? And then we move on and they become, as they continue on the journey and learn more information, they become solution aware. Right? And usually somewhere in between these two places, they usually become brand aware. But that's if, you're really good at your branding and they've become familiar with you. Then, of course, once they're solution aware, they become product aware. And we would call these people like the hot buyers or hot prospects. because they've gotten to know you a little bit. They at least are educated with you. You know, no one becomes product aware without reading up on the product, on the service, on the company. So they've at least read from you. They're at least familiar with who you are by that point. Now, why does this matter? Well, because as people go through your value ladder, it's going to be easier and easier for them to buy these higher ticket items. So as people become more solution aware, then they're going to go, I see what the problem is now, right? The problem is I don't have enough traffic in my business, or the problem is I don't have a value ladder built out for my business, or the problem is I don't even have a sales funnel for my business, whatever it may be. So those are, you first have to become problem aware, and then you're going to become solution aware, and then product aware. And as you become more and more aware, and as the customer becomes more aware of you, your offerings, your company, it becomes easier to sell those higher ticket items that we see over here. So that is the value ladder in a very brief nutshell. I hope that has helped laid it out in a way that you guys understand why you want a value ladder in the first place, because why you want it is because you're speaking to different customer types at each step of the way, right? And the ideal thing that we want is we want to speak to those hyper buyers. And a hyper buyer is someone that goes through the entire funnel, our entire funnel, and buys every single product that we have. That is like our ideal customer, and that's what we want. Now, it's going to be a very low percentage of all the people that end up going through your funnel. You're going to have a lower percentage of hyper buyers, obviously. But the hyper buyers are typically the people that make you most of your money, right? It's that 80-20 rule. So 20% of your customers end up making you 80% of your money. And another great thing about the value ladder is that obviously even when they get your freebie, they're opting into your email list. Now, in another course, we'll talk later about segmenting that list down so that you get higher conversions when marketing to them. But the point is you're at least getting them on your list so that you can remarket to them again. And the reason that's so important is because it's way easier and cheaper to market to an existing customer than it is to market to a brand new prospect. So once we already have their email address, that allows us to contact them daily or, every other day and be able to reach out to them and keep explaining more of our service and also offer more value to them. So that way they go, oh yeah, I remember them. They provided me some great information on XYZ. I think I'm going to go back, take a look at their website, and maybe they end up buying the next time. So that is why the value ladder is so important. It's basically helping you utilize and leverage every step of your business. It's basically leaving no stone unturned so that you're squeezing out every single bit of juice at every step of the way. And not only that, this is the best way to give your customers value because you're not overwhelming them all at once. I don't know how many times I've gone to certain bloggers' websites, and what they like to do for some reason is they like to package things like all together and give you just like a huge bundle of information, and they just sell it for one low flat rate. And I'm like, there's two things that are wrong with that. Actually, there's more than two things wrong with that, but let's just start with two. Number one, they're missing out on so much money in growing their business because you're offering people so much value for just a little bit of money. So that's the first thing that's wrong with that. The second thing that's wrong with that is that you're giving them you're literally drowning them in information, and there's no way that they're going to be able to take action on all of that information and actually see it as valuable for that low flat rate. So what people take action on, what they actually follow through on way better is when you give it to them in steps. Now, that doesn't mean that our value ladder is giving people the same information in steps, right? But what it is doing is maybe this freebie gives them a taste of what's going to be in this $5 or $10 course or package, right? And then whatever's going to be in this $5 or $10 package, maybe that's just the beginning step of more steps that they can take in this advanced training over here, right? So the other thing that I want to mention is that you never want to sell the same item twice in your value ladder. That's a really bad thing to do. And I've seen that happen quite a few times in certain niches. Health and fitness, that can happen sometimes where, people will sell like a cookbook and then they're trying to sell another kind of cookbook here. It can work sometimes if the topics are different enough. Like maybe you're selling a smoothie cookbook up front and then you want to sell how to gain weight or how to lose weight. That would work, but you don't want to sell two of the same types of things like, smoothies to lose weight and then, protein bars to lose weight or something like that. It's just not going to sell as well. So you want to keep in mind when you're creating your offers for your value ladder and you're planning all of this out, make sure that each one of these things will give your customer value in and of itself. They don't have to go on to buy the $5 course to get value out of this freebie offer. They don't have to buy the $30 course to get value out of this $5 or $10, $20 offer, right? So each one of these things has to be able to work on its own, but you do want to package them in a way where it encourages the customer to want to buy the next product. So, and we would call that the hole in the bucket method. Basically, you're selling them a bucket, but the bucket has a really small hole. So you got to sell them the thing to patch it up with, right? And then you're selling them the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. But so that is the value ladder in a brief nutshell. I hope that has been helpful for you. In the next video, we're going to break down how the value ladder works on Fiverr, and then some of the ways that you can utilize that off Fiverr as well. So stick with me in the next video and we will break down some examples of the value ladder. Hey guys, okay, so now we are diving into the value ladder on Fiverr and how you guys can best utilize the packages and the gig extras to be able to offer a great experience for your customers. So basically, we've already touched on the whole concept, what a value ladder is, etc. So now let's just go real quickly into these gig packages. So Fiverr allows you to have 3 different offerings, right? A basic, a standard, and a premium. You can name these whatever you want. I recommend keeping them the same, the basic, the standard, the premium. That's what almost everyone on Fiverr does. I wouldn't, it's almost always titled this. So I would just keep those packages named basic, standard, and premium. From there, I do recommend keeping your basic gig at the $5 or $10 range for the most sales. Obviously, you have a lot of competition on Fiverr. Everyone does nowadays. So with that being said, you want to make sure that you're still appealing to people's instinctual, where they want to go with the cheaper package, right? So now that I'm not saying that you have to do that all the time, because there are certain offerings on Fiverr where the market dictates higher prices. For example, press releases are one of those things where you can get away with offering slightly higher prices. As you can see here, my basic gig starts off at $15. Now, I haven't had nearly as many orders for this gig because there are people that still offer press releases at $5, right? But for me and what I'm offering here, I need to charge more because I'm offering more. Now over here, I go, you know what? Keyword research is pretty simple and easy for me to deliver on. So therefore, I'm going to be able to keep my prices as low as possible and be able to get a lot more sales. And that's my favorite method on Fiverr because it just seems to work better. Again, you have to keep in mind that these packages are relatively new. They've only been rolled out within the last year or two. So people are getting used to slightly higher price points. However, those lower price points still win more people over most of the time. Now, I want you to see here that I offer a standard package at $25, and then I offer a premium package at $100. What I used to offer in my gig extras, you can't see those here anymore. If I did not have packages enabled, then all you would see is the basic $5 gig and then a list of extras. And what I used to do is I'd have a $5, that was my basic, then a $25, a $50, and a $100. And I think I had like a $300 for like a ton of keywords. But that was my value ladder in a nutshell. Now, the way that this is different from an off Fiverr value ladder is the thing I told you before about you want to make sure that your offerings are slightly different at each step of the value ladder. So, you don't want to make sure you don't want to make your $5 offering the exact same as your $30, $50, or $100 offering, right? You want to make sure it's different and that you're giving great value at every step. That can change a little bit on Fiverr because here I'm actually offering the exact same service here, and here, but I'm offering more of it. So instead of just getting, what do I deliver? 5 keywords for $5, they're getting 50 keywords here for $25, and they're getting 300 keywords for $100. So, and they also have a couple other advanced things, like I provide the organic keyword competition for both the standard and the premium packages, which I do not offer for the basic. So they are getting a higher value, but again, on Fiverr, you can get away with offering the exact same service, but offering more of it inside of your packages, your mini value ladders here. Another way that you can go about this would be to offer actually different things. So when I offered backlink building on Fiverr, what I would do is the standard and the premium would come with different types of items. So it would be like 3 different types of campaigns is what you could get. So it literally was 3 different packages. Now, of course, you were getting more links at every point. So in a way, you were getting the same thing, but it was offered in a different way. Other people may offer for services like, let's say you wanted to come up with business names for someone. You may offer them logo design or business card design, or maybe you want to help them do domain research. So those would all be very different services, right? But those are things that you could incorporate into your packages on Fiverr to make them different and a unique sort of offering. So I hope this is making sense to you about how you want to keep your prices low for the front end, right? For that basic gig, keep prices low. The other thing that you can do is you can offer more of the same service, or you can actually offer different services for your packages. So that's just however you want to work it, whatever you feel is best. And also look around to what other sellers are offering that are doing well, that have a lot of reviews, see what they're offering, and kind of, craft your gigs around that, because that's what I do and it's always worked well. So that's what I recommend. Let me think if there's anything else that I really want to share with you guys about crafting your mini value ladders on Fiverr. I guess the other thing that I can I can say is that now on Fiverr, you are allowed to offer custom orders, even when you are a level 1. And I believe not as a new seller, only once you reach a level 1. But once you reach a level 1, then you can go ahead and offer custom offers up to $5,000. So if you wanted to, if someone comes along and they ask you for something that's custom, build them out a package if you want, and then go ahead and send them a custom offer for whatever the amount may be. So that's another way that you can sort of utilize a value ladder. I wouldn't consider that as much of a value ladder as the packages, right? But again, it's another way that you can add more income to your bottom line every month. So quickly, like as you can see, here is someone who's a successful writer on Fiverr, and they've set their packages at, very affordable, 15, 25, and 35. So there's very different ways that you can set up your packages. Make sure it's something that works for you, right? That you're getting your value from, but yet nothing that's going to be too high of price points where you're not getting orders. So that's the biggest thing that you want to keep in mind are your price points, and just look around, research. I've showed you guys in the earlier videos how to do that, how to research the best-selling gigs so that you can kind of see what things are selling well, how do they word it, how do they package their gigs, and then you can just simply success hack them and copy off of what they're doing, and you'll be able to see success like they are. So that is the value ladder on Fiverr in a nutshell. It's very simple, easy, straightforward. There's not a lot to it because you only have 3 gigs, right? You only have a basic, standard, and premium. And then from there, you can still add gig extras, but let me show you how they're going to show up. Basically, I can't show you on my gig, but if we go here, hopefully he has some extras. Yeah. So we can see all the extras that he has listed here. Once someone places an order, they won't be able to see these price points anymore. They can still go ahead and order extras, but they won't be able to see like what the price point is. So I just wanted to go ahead and show you that. But this is where your extras will show up, is on the checkout page. They won't show up on the gig page down here or anywhere. It'll be after someone presses order, and then they'll be prompted with all these extras that they could add. So don't be afraid to go ahead and add extras as well when you're making these packages. I know some people thought, like I originally thought when these packages came out, it was like the packages or the extras, but you can actually do both, and this is where the extras will show up. So just something to keep in mind when you're crafting your offerings, that you can also offer these little things that they can add on as well, and that's a great way to add more income to your bottom line every month as well. So that is Fiverr's value ladder in a brief nutshell. From here, I'm going to be in the next video, I'm going to be talking about the value ladder off Fiverr a little bit more, and some of the examples of that, and how you guys can go ahead and build out your value ladders quickly and easily as well. So stick with me in the next video. Hey guys, so in this short video, we're going to be talking about the value ladder off of Fiverr and some ways that you can implement them inside of your own business, and I highly recommend it because it's just absolutely going to change the way that you do business. Now, let me give you some examples before we go into too many tips and things like that here. So what you see in front of you is actually Amy Porterfield's website, and I love her. She gives so many great and valuable tips when it comes to building your business, your sales funnels, your value ladders, all that good stuff. What I'm showing you here is actually a lot of her freebies. These are 3 of her most popular freebies that she gives away, her Amy's cheat sheets, as she calls them. And obviously you can see here that she has, these are very strategic, and that's why I'm showing you this right now, because this is a very strategic way to begin giving those freebie offers to certain kinds of people to get them into your funnels. Now, why I'm showing this is because see how she has these broken down, like 20 smart strategies to rapidly grow your email list. So she's looking for people that want to grow their email list. Here you have 5 ways to know if you're ready to profit from an online course. So people that are thinking about creating online courses, right? And then here you have how to choose the perfect and most profitable webinar topic. So people that are thinking about creating webinars. I love that. It's so smart that she's not just creating freebies on anything, right? And it's not just a slightly related topic. These are topics that are highly laser targeted to the courses that she teaches. These are, I know for a fact that she has 3 main courses that she offers throughout her value ladder, and they have to do with email marketing, building your products, your online courses, and then of course having your webinar. And you can, have 5-6 figure webinars. And I think her product is a 5-figure webinars for this particular product. So again, let's just click into one of these real quick. So again, now we are prompted to be able to download this freebie from her, and all we have to do is enter our name and our email, and we're on her list, and we can download that freebie, that specific freebie that's going to touch on what we are looking, or what we are most interested in at this moment, right? So I think that's so smart. You don't have to, I know a lot of bloggers out there, if you're a blogger, I know a ton of you seem to have this mentality of, I got to create new freebies all the time, or like once a week or once a month. That's way too much, because at the end of the day, who are you really there to serve? And what is your message? If you're only there to help them grow their business through a blog, like you're helping people get started blogging, then why don't you create one great freebie that will be like a blogger's checklist or something like that. Something that's getting them going in the right direction, and that is allowing people to opt into your list. It's giving them the highly targeted information that they came to you for. It's not getting them all confused in these other topics, right? You're keeping them laser focused, which is super duper crucial nowadays if you're hoping to convert people. You've got to keep them laser targeted and laser focused. Because if it's not relevant and they feel like you're talking about a bunch of different things, they're going to get confused and they're just not going to end up buying from you. So even when it comes to that freebie offer, make sure it pertains to whatever the course is and whatever the paid products that you're going to be offering them. Make sure it has to do very highly with that. It's very relevant. So I just wanted to show you that as a really great freebie strategy is make sure they're super targeted, and you don't need a dozen of them. You just need 1, maybe 3 max, right? And this is enough to build you a 6, 7, 8-figure business. I know that Amy Porterfield has a 6-figure business at least, if not 7 or 8. So she just has these 3 freebies that she focuses on and bases everything else off of. And that makes it so much easier for her when she's promoting, because these are the things that she's giving people to download for free to get onto her list. And then from there, she promotes her paid products from these things. So that's Amy Porterfield and her freebie offers. This is Maria Cause, and I'm just going to quickly show you her, what she's offering here is how to find your niche. So people that are just getting started online, they're not sure where they should begin. Let's click to learn more about the masterclass. And looks like she has a little bit of a sales page here for this course, which is good. Oh, so yeah, she didn't even have us, she give us any kind of freebie or anything. She just said, here's our course for $50. Go ahead and buy it now, and they offer a 7-day refund. So that is her front end offer. So again, even $49 can be a front end offer. That's not too much. Now, personally, I like to go a different route. I wanted to show you her because she just offers her products like right off the bat. Like you're just able to buy, and they usually start at like $50 or $97, something like that. Now, for a lot of people, like the more marketing experts who are out there and they're speaking from stage, or you could almost call them gurus, if you will. A lot of them like to use books as their front end offer, or audiobooks. Lewis Hughes, he offers a book right now. He just came out with one. This is to sign up for his this is his new book, The Masculinity. And this is to sign up just for his website and get tips and stuff. So if we wanted to go ahead and let's go to his store, but you can sign up for his book right there. So this is his most recent offer. And then boom, you can either learn more or you can buy now. And I do know, let's see, learn more. Yes, he has a sample chapter that you can download, which is really cool, right? You can get to sample what the book is going to be about, and what his writing style's like, and what's in it for you. So that's pretty sweet. And then of course down here he has all of his upsells and things like that, which is cool too. So a book is a really great front end offer. Let's go here. Let's see what his book page looks like for a second. Oh, he just goes straight to Amazon. So that's cool. So here, this one. Yeah, Zach Miller. So he offers a book for free, and all that he asks is that you pay the $7.95 shipping so that we can send it to you as quickly as possible. And those books, and he's not the only one. Even Dean DeGrassi, he offers a book as well as the front end offer, and he offers it for $6.97, the shipping and handling. So that's all you have to pay is the shipping and handling. Everything else is free, and I can speak from experience that books are awesome front end offers. Like people just love like the idea of a free book, right? Like, ooh, something for free. Like that's a great sexy promotion to be able to say that you're getting something for free. And then that again, you can see that it's free because all that they have to pay is the shipping. So it's a free plus shipping offer. And that is so sexy. In fact, it's one of the sexiest offers when it comes to sales funnels and a value ladder. People just love the idea of free, right? You've all seen those late night TV commercials or as seen on TV products, and they almost all include a free plus shipping offer because people just love to be able to get something for free, even if they have to pull out their credit card for the shipping, because they feel like they're getting that extra value. So it really plays well psychologically, and it really does help conversions. So in fact, I know from experience that Zach here, he did not start off with a free plus shipping offer, and he struggled a little bit in the beginning, and then once he did that free plus shipping, like everything just took off for him. So a book offer is super sexy. The free plus shipping is even sexier. And yeah, if you can offer a free chapter to download, that's really cool as well. People will get to try out your book and see what it's like, how it reads, and feel if like your style matches their style. And that's really awesome as well. And then over here we have Marie Forleo, which her B school, and she only does enrollment once a year, but you can always be able to subscribe. So that way, she always has the ability to market to her prospects, and that's a really smart thing to do. So, and then she just has a little bit about that. So these are just a few really successful value ladders that I wanted to show you guys. and just give you some ideas, because all of these work well, right? These are all successful people. They all work well, and yet they all have kind of done their own thing, right? So go ahead and try out whatever you feel works best for you. If you think that starting your product out at like a $27 or $37 or $49 product is best for you, then go right ahead and copy what Maria did here. Or if you feel like if you already have a book, then go by all means, do the free plus shipping offer, and you can even relaunch your book. Create a new book cover and put up a new landing page for it, or redesign the landing page, and you have a whole new offer that you can relaunch to people if your first book promotion didn't go well for whatever reason. So there's a lot of different things that you can use for your front end offer right here. And of course, we talked about Amy Porterfield's freebie offers and the way that she does that very strategically. And that's the way that I would recommend it. That is how successful people, use freebie offers. They're not just creating blog posts for no reason. They're not just creating worksheets for no reason. They have a very specific purpose to them, and it usually has to do with it usually incorporates some sort of call to action even within the freebie. So for example, I know I was on Amy Porterfield's list not too long back for her email list building, and basically what she was trying to prompt people to in that freebie was, hey, now that you have a little bit more information and where to get started, here's the best course to give you everything you need to build your list up to 1,000 people or 5,000 people or whatever it may be, right? So that is a really great way. Everything here should still be strategic leading into all of these products here. Obviously, this freebie is going to lead into whatever your next offer is. And then this is going to lead into whatever the subsequent offer is, and so on and so forth. So, let me just think quickly if there's anything else that I want to share with you guys when it comes to sales funnels. Value ladders that are off of Fiverr. So the only other thing that I want to share with you guys, again, I just want to reiterate one more time, because I see a lot of people mess this up occasionally, and it can be a big mess up, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to sell people two of the same types of products, right? So if someone is buying a course on email marketing or how to market their business, let's say it's how to market your business on Facebook. You don't want to go ahead and sell them another product on how to market their business on Facebook here. Now, you could get around that by offering a beginner's course and then a more advanced course. That would work. But you don't want to offer them the same exact thing, because most of the time, when people buy something, they're thinking, okay, this is it. This is going to solve my problem. I don't need any more of XYZ. I already know how to do that. On to the next problem. So that's how you want to be thinking as when you're building your offers. What is the next problem that they're going to encounter that I need to create a solution for? So that's how you want to set up your value ladder. And that's how you want to be marketing to your customers, because that's going to be the best way to get the most conversions. So that has been the value ladder in a nutshell. And I'm going to be making a whole entire course on this in just a couple weeks. So you guys can look forward to that. If this has intrigued you and you want to learn more about how you can build this out into your business and exactly how to do that from scratch. So look forward to that. With that being said, I think you guys have everything you need now to not only get started with your value ladder on Fiverr, but also now get started with your value ladder off of Fiverr and expanding your business. So With that being said, I hope you guys have found this helpful. Stick with me in the next video and we'll finish up this course right. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about how the gig packages and gig extras are where you make your real money on Fiverr. So as a seller, when you're just starting out, I know we've talked about a lot of the perks that you get once you're a top seller, but when you're just starting out, you can have the option to create up to 7 different gigs, which you definitely want to do, because the more gigs that you create, you never know. Like, you may think that you know what people want out there, but you never really know what it is that's going to like be that one thing that makes you your bread, that's going to be like your bread and butter earner, right? So what I mean by that is, when I was first starting on Fiverr, I think the first services that I offered was WordPress optimization, and I started it real cheap, like $5 a page. And I got a lot of sales. That was my best seller until I became like a level 2. And then I increased my prices, and then my keyword research actually became my best seller. So it's a little weird how like that switched. But also, once I did that vacation thing that I was telling you guys about, and I put my gigs on vacation, and I lost all those rankings, then that was then when I had to earn all of that back. My keyword research actually outperformed my WordPress. So it's just, like I said, it's kind of weird how that happens. I'm sure it had a lot to do with how many users were offering those gigs at that time, and how many people were optimized for it, and a bunch of other things like that. But with that being said, you do want to, when you're first getting started, create as many gigs as you can. Now, I recommend that with one account, you stay focused in one main area as much as possible. So if you're going to go into like digital marketing, I recommend you stay within that digital marketing sector. It's just going to be a lot better for you for conversions and everything if you do it that way. It also helps because your username and your profile are all based around usually one centric idea. So you want to kind of stay around that same idea when you're creating all of your gigs. Now, that's not to say that you can't create 1 or 2 gigs that are kind of like, maybe you're doing like 5 digital marketing gigs. Maybe you want to do 2 fun and lifestyle gigs just to see. Try it out, see what happens. I just know typically from my personal experience and other top sellers that they usually stay within one main niche, and that's where they make most of their money. So that's just food for thought. As we go into this and breaking down these packages, I just want to kind of touch on the idea of the value ladder, because that's what Fiverr is doing here, and I really like that. I think, businesses do need packages. And when I was starting on Fiverr for the first 2 years, we didn't have this. And people that started even before me, they didn't have this. So there's people that was working on Fiverr for 5, maybe even, I'm not even sure when they first started, but maybe like 2010. So geez, there's been people that have been working on Fiverr for like, 5, 6, 7 years that didn't have these packages at all. All they had was the $5 services, and even the gig extras were new. That was rolled out when I was in my second year and a half in. So, I mean, it's been such a blessing that they've rolled these things out for us and have been able to expand our earning potential. So just the idea, very briefly, we're going to touch on this much more in depth at the end of the course, but the idea of the value ladder is that you're starting people off at this very low risk price point where they can almost try you out, if you will. Like $5 is, you don't think about that much just to spend $5 to try something. A cool new drink. here's $5, right? I want to see if I like it. It looks awesome. It looks delicious. I've heard it's good. I'm going to try it out too. And that's kind of the whole idea behind Fiverr, is that it's such a low price point that it's like an offer they can't refuse, right? Oh my gosh. And when you offer a service that people need inside of their business, then it's definitely an offer they can't refuse at a price point like $5 or even $10. So that's where I recommend we start your packages at. You can actually start anywhere you want. So again, you guys can start these packages almost wherever you want, but I do recommend, if you're just getting started, that you keep around the $5 or $10 range. Don't go past 20. If you go past 20 and you don't have any reviews, you're probably just not going to get many sales. So stay low. Even when, I just want you guys to think about this, when you have experts, online experts, maybe they're in marketing, coaching, anything really, whatever it may be. I've seen people that can offer packages up to like $1,000 or $5,000 for their expertise. But that's not where the services start, right? They don't start at that price point. So there's a value ladder that ascends, and as you go further and further through the journey with your customer, those packages and those services and those price points get higher and higher. So we always want to start off like, even, who's a good example? Someone like Russell Brunson. He is like a multi-millionaire many times over in the digital marketing industry. And yet he has a book that sells for, I think he gives it away for like $9, $7, $8, $9, something like that. It's under $10. So he's starting his value ladder at $10. And again, here we are on Fiverr starting at the $5, $10 range. So I just want to make that correlation that even though we're starting somewhere that's a low price point, that doesn't mean that we can't scale up. And that's exactly what these gig extras and these packages help us do, because now someone doesn't just see this $5 offer. They also get to see our $25 offer and our $100 or whatever, whatever the price point may be here. A lot of people like to follow the 5, 25, 50 scale, which I do recommend. For me, I wanted to order or I wanted to deliver, and be able to offer a very low package. Like someone is able to just like taste test, like, try me out, see what my quality's like, and work with me for a little bit and just see. And then here's my, where you actually get a better idea of what the real service is. And this is where I offer my organic keyword competition, and they get to see more in-depth, more information into their keywords and how those are going to, how they're going to be able to rank for those in Google. And then of course here is where I'm doing massive keyword research for them. I'm doing over 300 keywords and I'm digging deep. This is like perfect for someone who's just getting started and they want to build out a website and they want to build out a value ladder and they want to know what all those good keywords are for their products and services online. This is exactly who that's for. So I wanted to offer a little bit of something for everyone, right? That's the whole idea behind packages. You want something that's very low level, low risk entry point here. And then you want something, maybe it's $25, maybe it's $50, something that's very manageable and that people will get a good value from though. They'll still be able to get tremendous value. And yet, you're still saving this premium value, that 5-star experience, that over the top delivery for your premium packages, where you can really give them like the white glove treatment and you're doing it all for them, whatever this service may be, right? But again, you want to make sure that this is properly divvied up so that it's a little bit of something for everyone. And the standard package should always be like your most popular package, because this typically should be the best value. Here, this can be a great value for people, but you're just not going to get as many people willing to shell out $100 off the bat as you are $5 and $25. So there's the packages broken down. Also the delivery times. And just a little thing about delivery times is that a lot of people think the faster the better, and that is true to a certain extent. What I've noticed is that in the digital marketing realm, especially within the SEO services niche, which is what I've been completely focused on inside of my Fiverr account here, and that is that if because I actually played around with it for a while, where I would deliver as fast as I could. Like, no matter if the delivery time said 2 days or 3 days or 4 days, I would deliver as fast as I could, and I thought this is going to get me more sales, more buyers, etc. And actually, what it ended up getting me was more bad reviews. I know that's so weird, but I think what was happening psychologically in people was that they were paying for something, and most of the time, again, my top seller was this $25 package. So people are shelling out $25, and I'm giving them a 24-hour turnaround time, even though it says like 3 days, and they feel like I didn't put in the work, right? So they felt like, oh, because she's delivering faster than what her delivery time says, she's actually skimping on the work. And that wasn't true. I was delivering exactly the same service. But I think that's what was happening in people's minds, is that they thought, oh, because her delivery times are this and she's delivering at this, she's not spending as much time on my order. And so with that being said, make sure that whatever your delivery times are, that you're able to keep those delivery times. That's very important. I actually got to this point on Fiverr where when I was just starting out, and it was probably like 3, 4, 5 months in, around like the 6-month mark really, is where things like all turned around, because I did hit that top seller mark. So it was like probably month like 3, and I was at like a seller, I was like a level 1 or level 2, and I was getting so many orders that I couldn't keep up with what my current delivery time was. And at that point, because I was just getting started, I wanted my delivery times to be super duper fast. So like, for example, when I was delivering the WordPress optimization, I was doing that within like 24 or 48 hours. So that's pretty quick, especially for people that have like 10 and 20 page websites, right? And I'm getting like I'm like getting like 5, 10 of those orders a day, and I'm like, I'm swamped. I can't deliver this much. So I had to extend my delivery times, because I was getting to the point where I wasn't able to keep up with what I had set, and I was now getting behind in my delivery. So what do they call it? Going over delivery. When you have, I just want to show you guys real quick. When you have an ordering queue, come on, orders. You're gonna have a timer, like a countdown clock, and it's cool because it lets you know exactly how much time you have left. But the problem was, when I was getting so many orders, I was going over these delivery times, and that significantly lowers your sales. Outside of messaging times and your response rates, that's probably the number one most important thing. And then I would put messages second. So if your delivery times, if you're going over those, that's huge. So if you're going over, you need to extend your delivery times. So make sure it's something that's manageable. And once you reach that threshold where you're getting so many sales that you can't deliver at that point anymore, make sure that you go ahead and extend those delivery times. Like seriously, that day, the day that you get too many orders where you're starting to go over, extend your delivery times so that way you're not being penalized in sales for going over. You won't be penalized. Like you're still going to get a bunch of sales even with 4 or 5 day delivery times. That's average. When you're starting out, try to go as fast as you can, and then when you reach that threshold, go ahead and extend. So that is packages, that is delivery times, gig extras. Okay, so what I'm looking for is outside of the packages, I'm also looking for the gig extras, because you can do both. Now, sometimes like on this gig, I'm actually supposed to have gig extras enabled. Actually, it's not even something you enable. It's just like it's supposed to be there, and you can insert them if you want. But sometimes if you go back in and you re-edit your gigs a couple times, you may have to contact support to like override those things and allow you to insert more gig extras. So that may be what I'm going to have to do here. Let me look at this one. Okay, so here, yeah, perfect. But I don't have packages enabled for this one. So normally what I'm talking about right now is, hold on, before I misinform you. Okay, so when you're just starting out, you are allowed to have 2 gig extras outside of your basic gig. So that means you're allowed to have 3 variations, like 1 basic, a $10 and a $20 extra. And then people can order up to 5 quantities. They call it gig multiples. I don't know why they just call it quantities, but then they allow you people to order up to 5 of those each. And then, like we talked about, you're allowed to have 7 gigs when you're just starting. So going back here, sorry. So what you would normally see if you're doing packages, is you'd have this $5 gig. Let's say it's a $25 gig and like a $50 package. And you'd see that all right here on the sidebar. And then down here, you have your gig extras. And so people can order extra keyword research or an SEO blog post, or maybe it's manual link building. So whatever it may be. Now, like we just said, if you're just starting out, you can only go up to $10 here and $20 here. But hey, that's good money. When I was first starting out, they didn't allow you to even have that until you were a seller 1 or a level 1. I apologize. So again, you guys are all getting advantage. It's like they moved all of the levels up, and everyone gets a free level up now, which is cool. So with that being said, let's just quickly go over what level 1 and level 2 and then the top seller gig extras are. So in level 1, you get to add 4 gig extras. You get a $10, a $20, and up to a $40 gig extra. So you get 3 gig extras because they're also including the basic gig here. You get to send custom offers when you're a level 1 up to $1,500, which is really cool. You know, here's where the value ladder comes in, right? Like you guys see, here's your front end package, your $5, $10, $20 services up to $40. That's like almost a mid funnel level price point. And then you have all the way up to like $1,500, which is like a high-end product or a high-ticket product. So that's so cool that even as a level 1, you guys can almost have a full value ladder built out right inside of Fiverr, and I'm going to show you how to do that at the end of this course. And people can order up to 10 quantities of that gig, and you can have 15 extra or active gigs when you are a level 1, which is awesome, because that is that is double, more than double what you are without being a level 1. So from there, when you're a level 2, you can have up to 20 active gigs, and you can now make sure. I think the most I've ever gone up to was 15, and I think that was the limit at the time. The reason I've never gone past that is because even when I was at 15, I found that only 5 were really making me money, and the rest were just kind of getting impressions, and maybe I would get a message or two about it, but I wasn't really getting any sales from those. So I literally stopped offering the ones that weren't doing well, and I only offered what I was making money off of. And that's why I tell you guys, as you start, make as many gigs as you can, and then you'll figure out what it is that your biggest money makers are as you go along. You can offer up to $50 gig extras, and that's huge, because I want to break this down for you guys. When it says 5 gig extras, that means you could offer 4 $50 extras if you wanted to. So that's a lot of money, right? And just one gig that someone could buy with you. So and people can buy up to 15 quantities of that. And then as a top seller, you can have up to 30 active gigs, which they've extended. I'm pretty sure the top used to be 20 and now it's 30. And you can offer up to 6 gig extras now, and each can be up to $100. So that's so amazing, right? Like, there's so much value that you can offer there. And then of course, people can buy up to 20 quantities of your gig at a time. So I just wanted to break that down for you guys and just kind of show you, like, Fiverr isn't this platform where you have to slave away anymore. It can really be something that can help you leverage your business and expand your business in whatever you're doing right now. Just starting at that low dollar, $5, $10 price point, working your way all the way up to, $1,500. Like, that's so amazing. And I will tell you that Fiverr is the easiest money that I've ever made online. I am not partnered with them in any way outside of being a Fiverr top seller, and it's been truly amazing in what selling on there has allowed me to do. And I started just selling $5 gigs, and now I have my own marketing company. I'm expanding and going into a bunch of other markets now as well. So I could have never been able to do all of that had I not got my start on Fiverr, and because it gave me such a consistent income. I knew that I could go on there and I knew that I would make money. And there's not a lot of places online where you can say that and know for sure that there's going to be enough traffic and enough buyers there to make you money. And on Fiverr, there definitely is. So I hope that has been helpful for you guys, and you can join me in the next video. Okay, so in this video, I'm just going to be discussing how to create your Fiverr video, and it's very simple and straightforward. In fact, Fiverr only allows you to upload a 60-second video, so it has to be simple and sweet. And just to give you an idea, I'm going to let you watch my video just to see what kind of information I include and the little outro at the end. And I'll actually be giving you away this outro as a little freebie inside, so you can download that with the resources. So here we go.
Hey everyone, my name is Sasha. I've been in the SEO industry for over 7 years now and work as the head keyword and market researcher at an SEO firm in sunny Tampa, Florida. Keyword research is my all-time favorite service to provide, because if you don't know by now, it's the single most important starting point for any business online. And in my 3 years of being a top seller on Fiverr, I've been able to help thousands of companies searching and targeting the right keywords for them. I know that I can do the same for you too. Just order the extra below for me to include the organic competition, which ensures you'll know which keywords are easy to rank for on Google organically.
Very easy and simple and straightforward, right, guys? So nothing too hard here. In fact, I will even give you my little insider tip of how I create videos. And it's silly. It's when you see it, you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, I could have thought of that. But it does help me make professional looking videos in just a couple of seconds. So I'm just gonna pull this up, and if you guys can see this, I will minimize this. And so right here, I just have, it's probably an inch and a half from the top, just a little tiny text box. And this is going to serve as like a little mini teleprompter for you. So it's nothing that's too fancy, right? And you don't have a ton of information to cover, so you don't need a lot of space, but it is going to help you cover all the things you need. And just to show you, and what I will do basically is I have a little rollerball, trackball mouse, so it makes it really easy for me to just scroll through these as I'm reading it. And again, you only want it to be 3, maybe 4 lines long so that your eyes look like they're staring right into the camera and not just reading off of something. That's also why you want it to be only, I'd say like 2.5, 3 inches wide. So that way it's only about as wide as your webcam is and your eyes are, staying focused towards the center. So outside of that, again, I'm getting better at presenting myself without having these notes and these little mini teleprompters. However, when I create something like a Fiverr gig, I want to make sure that I include very specific information and I don't want to skip over anything. So that's why I do that. It's not necessary for you, especially depending on what the gig is. Since I'm delivering digital marketing services, I feel like there's some technical things that people need to know before they order things. So I like to make sure that I don't forget anything. So just quickly, let's go over this. And I want to show you what information you should include inside of your Fiverr gig video. So of course you want to introduce yourself. Maybe you want to introduce your brand or your company if you have one. If you have been on Fiverr for a while, definitely explain that. Say, I've been on Fiverr for this many years, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you have a certain number of reviews. Tell that. Whatever your assets may be. So just a little introduction about yourself. Then go right into how this gig is going to benefit them as a buyer. For example, I say, I want to help you increase your brand's visibility by sharing your amazing content. And then I go right into what the basic gig is going to deliver. In this gig, I'll do a manual article or PDF submission to 50 of the top document sharing sites online. So I'm explaining exactly what the gig is. Maybe you are word for word going to just put your title in here. I will write one guest blog post to blah, 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 whatever it may be. So you want to share what the service is. And then you want to tell a little bit more about it. I go into, so I will do 50 of the top document sharing sites online. Places like ISU, Scribd, SlideShare, just to name a few. So I'm just giving them a little inside peek of, what some of these things are going to be that I'm delivering. And then I go into, I give them a taste of, if you want some of my other packages, my larger packages, want me to submit to more than 50 sites, just order my larger packages or my gig extras, whatever it may be. You want to promote your larger things as well, just so you're letting them know that this basic gig isn't all that you offer. And then all links will come in a detailed Excel sheet ready to go. So I'm giving them a little preview of how I will be delivering these gigs so they know what to expect, right? This is the perfect gig to get your content in front of more people and share your message with the world. So again, I'm ending on one more benefit for them. And then I'm ready when you are, so order now. And then we're gonna have our outro right after that. So it's very short and sweet. I will give you guys a little template to follow just so you know the types of information that you should be giving to them. And of course, this is really going to help you create professional videos. And in fact, I've even been approached by certain people and buyers on Fiverr of, you know, can you make videos for me? Your videos are so professional and so great. And I usually don't do that because that's just not the types of services that I want to offer right now. But that is something that you can definitely do. People need spokespeople to make videos for them. So that's just an inside look at your Fiverr gig video. Putting this up and publishing one, uploading one as soon as you create your gig is really going to help you get the best start to getting your gig ranking in Fiverr, getting it seen on the homepage, or the top results, the first page when people type in your keywords. So you really want to do that. It helps you sell a lot more, especially if you are getting your face up there and showing yourself. Some people choose not to do that depending on what the gig is. If you're doing like a technical service, maybe you want to do a walkthrough video of you actually doing the service. That could be a video as well. You know, I could have done a video where I show a preview of me optimizing a WordPress page or me actually going through and doing the keyword research. I chose not to opt that route. I chose to go the more personal route of people buy from people. But again, people are buying services as well. And so if you're just giving them a walkthrough video, a demo of what you will be delivering, that's very powerful as well. So I hope this has been helpful for you in showing you how you can easily and quickly create a Fiverr video. And again, it shouldn't be more than 60 seconds long. I would keep it under 59 seconds just to be safe. And you can download that little Fiverr gig outro in the resources. So yeah, catch me in the next video and we will finish up with this section. Okay, so in this video, we're going to talk about delivering your orders. And there's just 5 brief things that I want you to remember. And those are, first, your messaging times. So your response rates. I know we've talked about this a lot, but it is very important for Fiverr. So your messaging and how quickly you reply back to messages actually affects how well you show up in Fiverr's search results and how many sales you get. So the faster you reply back to messages and the more that you keep your response rates high, the more sales you are going to get in Fiverr. The other thing to remember is when you are delivering, always have a default response, a default delivery message. So like I've shown you in a couple of the other videos, I'm just going to quickly show you. Oh, I could have gone to messages. Whatever. Sorry, guys. So let's just go here and I can show you what some of my delivery messages are. All of these messages, all of your quick responses, as they're called, are all here. So they're all together. Whether you're using them for messages or for inside of your orders, they're all going to be right in here within the quick responses. So one that I use very often is, let's see, this one right here, my keyword research one. It's probably my most popular. So quickly, I'll just quickly read it to you. Thanks for ordering. Attached is your research. There's a lot that goes into my keyword research. All is explained here, and I send them to my little company support desk. And it actually goes to a specific article so that they don't have to hunt through where it's located. Whenever you are looking to rank a keyword, you need the organic keyword competition research, which is what I've just performed. I always try to over-deliver, but please do realize there's quite a bit that goes into every keyword and KC rating that I get for you. While it is a simplified number from 1 to 80, it really has a lot of reasons why the rankings are the way it is. If you want to know more about it, see here, and then I send them to a different place. I pulled a lot of keywords for your research. Utilize the tabs at the bottom and see each step that I went through. Each research step is discussed here. So I'm giving them, if they want to learn more and they want to know why things are the way they are, they can go here and they can read all about it. Now, you guys don't have to do this. I do this because SEO is a very technical service, and I got a lot of follow-up questions about things that I just didn't have time to keep replying back to. So that's why I set these things up the way I did. But I wanted you to see kind of the other elements of this message. Was I first thanked them for ordering. I let them know that their delivery was attached, or wherever it was that they can find the info. I let them know a bit about how I went about doing my service. I began to set expectations for them to go, if you want to see each step that I went through, click here, see this. And then I finish with, it was a pleasure working with you. I hope to work with you again soon. If you appreciated my work, leave me a great review. And if I went above and beyond your expectations, feel free to leave me a tip for a job well done. So again, those, and I do highly recommend, those bring me to my next 2 points, is always ask for a review. In my reputation course, it said people that were asked to leave a review, out of the people that were asked to leave a review, 50% would leave a review. So not everyone's going to leave a review, but a lot more people are going to leave reviews if you ask than if you never asked at all. So always ask for a review, and always ask for a tip. You know, you never know if you'll get it. And here's the thing. When I first started working on Fiverr, people would actually create gigs, separate gigs for people to leave them tips. I never actually did that because now Fiverr has an inbuilt thing to leave a tip, but that is something that people would do, and they would actually ask, and they would do it. They would get tips. And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. So then I started asking for tips. And when I started asking for tips, I would get a lot more tips. Now, I don't get tips all the time, especially for SEO services, and I charge a little bit more for my services, so I kind of inbuilt the price that I want, but I still do get tipped a lot more often versus never asking for one at all. So that's a great way to get some extra cash. And, you know, it pays for your coffee for the day, right? So with that being said, the one final thing that I want to leave you off with when delivering your orders is sometimes it's not always going to work out. Even I, a top seller with 5-star reviews and a 5-star rating, I still had quite a few cancellations. It just happens. Sometimes there's just a lot of reasons. So when those things come along where you're not always able to satisfy everyone, do this. First, try to make it work. So let's say that you delivered on your gig, but the customer is not happy and satisfied. That's fine. Okay. First, try to work out with them. If it is something, hopefully they came to you approaching like, what was this? Or, I have a question about this, or I'm unsatisfied with XYZ. If they approach you like that, do your best to try and work it out with them. Explain your side. Maybe it's just, especially with me, when I was dealing with SEO, because it is something that a lot of people don't fully understand, people wanted refunds where refunds were not due. So I had to explain myself sometimes. And that's why I've also made those default responses and things like that that'll save you time. But sometimes people just need a little bit of explaining why something is the way it is to see the full picture. So first try to work it out. If it cannot be rectified and they're just completely adamant, or they came back to you with, I want a review, or I want my money back, or I'm leaving a bad review, then simply refund them. There's no need to argue with them and get into it where you know that you can't change their mind. And just simply take note of who those people were, so that if they ever do order from you again, which they probably won't, if they were dissatisfied with your service, most times they're not going to come back again. I've only had that happen maybe 1 or 2 times from people that wanted to scam me out of services. But once I reached like level 2, that really didn't happen too much because my prices increased and that weeded a lot of people out. So with that being said, I hope that has answered a lot of your questions when it comes to delivering Fiverr gigs. It's very simple, very easy. Fiverr's system has only gotten better and more streamlined over the years, and I'm sure they're only going to keep on improving as they get more and more users. So that's it. Those are the 5 things to remember when it comes to delivering, and if you follow those things, you're going to be a top seller, or at least you're going to be acting like a top seller, and you should be getting a lot more sales than if you didn't follow these things. So that being said, stick with me in the next video and we'll keep on going on how to become a top seller on Fiverr. Okay guys, in this video we're going to be talking about how to find and keep the good customers and how to eliminate the bad ones. So we can't get rid of all the bad customers. You're always going to run into a few people here or there that you would rather not work with. But for the most part, we can narrow that down. And I will have to say from experience that as you ascend the Fiverr seller ladder and as you become a top seller, you're going to deal with less of those troublesome customers. So that is a very good thing, and something that you can look forward to as you continue ascending upwards. So with that being said, there's 5 things that I want you to remember when it comes to attracting those good customers and getting rid of the bad ones. So first of all is your communication. On Fiverr, you're basically only going to be doing written communication through the messaging system, which is really cool, because sometimes you just don't have time to meet face to face with someone and have a whole discussion and get that feedback instantly. Sometimes it can get a little messy. So with that being said, or maybe you have a very thick accent and it's hard for people to understand you over the phone or Skype or whatever. But with messaging, everything is written down and it's very simple and straightforward and easy to read. So as long as you can communicate what you need to clearly and concisely, Fiverr is going to be a great place for you. Like I've mentioned many times before, also when it comes to messaging, you want to make sure that your response rates are good and high. So you want to keep that Fiverr window open throughout your day. And as long as you're not switching proxies, and we will talk about that a little bit more in the advanced tips at the end. But because proxies, Fiverr is IP sensitive. So if your IP changes, that can actually set off red flags and you can get your account banned and a couple of other things. But as long as you are not changing IP addresses, you can leave that Fiverr window open all day so that you can reply back to messages quickly. And like we mentioned before, go ahead and make use of those quick replies, those quick responses that Fiverr has. And I'll just quickly go into my messages to show you again. Oops, right there, my inbox. So this is an example of a quick reply. I actually used a quick reply for this. I have people that contact me quite often, at least a couple times a week, that are reaching out to me to buy services. And while it can seem a little spammy, I don't spam those people or report those people, because I know that they're just trying to make some extra sales and extra money. Unless they do it over and over and over again, then I do report them. But if it's just a one-time message, I will just simply send them, okay, cool, I'll keep you in mind for future work. And that is a quick response right down here. And you can use this too with all of your customers. So, one that I've had to use a lot is, let's see, this one, English only. Thank you for taking interest in our services. Unfortunately, we can provide SEO services for English websites only. We recommend searching SEO and then sort by language for those who can better assist you. So that's just an example. This is going to save you a lot of time, especially after you've been in Fiverr for like a few weeks or so and you've gotten a couple hundred messages. You will get a couple hundred messages over time for sure. I've had a couple thousand. And as you get those, you start to build up your own FAQ, right? Your frequently asked questions. And these are just your replies back to those frequently asked questions. And of course, you can also put those FAQs right inside of your descriptions now, your gig description. So that's another good thing. The other thing is over delivery. You want to, well, let me go back one. Number one is, of course, your messaging and being able to communicate effectively. Number two would be knowing what you offer and sticking to what you offer. So what I mean by that is not going off and doing custom work when people ask you to. Now, after you've been on Fiverr a while, and if you do want to accept custom orders, you can enable that so that people can come to you for custom work. But if you don't want to do that and you want to keep your day very streamlined and simple, maybe you have other things outside of Fiverr that you do, then I recommend don't do custom work. Know what you offer and only stick to what you offer. Number three is over deliver. Of course, when it comes to your offers, you still want to do a very good job of delivering that gig. And I always over deliver. A good example would be keyword research. I offer keyword research, and that's probably my most popular gig on Fiverr out of all of these years has been keyword research. And normally for $5, I will offer 20 keywords. Now, I usually deliver somewhere between 25 and 30 keywords, sometimes even a little bit more. So that's my over delivery example. And I over deliver for everything. That's not just the $5 gig. So when they order like a $25 gig and they order 50 keywords, I'll probably deliver 60 keywords or 70. So that's just giving you a little bit of an idea of what over delivery is. It doesn't take too much extra time for me, but it is giving them something extra outside of what they thought they were paying for. So, and it doesn't have to be a ton, right? It doesn't have to be double what the service was. It's just a little bit of extra to help them know, like, here's good service, right? Leave me a 5-star review for not only what you paid for, but for that little extra that I gave you. And that's a really good way to get good reviews as well. Another way to over-deliver, or another example of over-delivering, would be when I was doing on-page optimization for WordPress websites, I would go ahead and also create their robot text or their XML sitemap. And I know that's advanced. You don't even need to worry about what it is, but it's just like this little piece of code that Google needs, and I would create that, and that would be an extra thing. And people actually charge $5, $10, sometimes even $20 to do that on Fiverr. So me giving them that as a little freebie was a nice little bonus. The other thing that you want to do to keep good customers is not only asking for reviews, but making sure that you're asking for their feedback. Like if when you deliver, you want to make sure that you have a very good delivery message. We'll talk about how to craft that in a future video, but that's all a part of that effective communication and making sure that they know that if there is a problem, to contact you before leaving feedback. And I know that sounds like such a small little thing, but on Fiverr, it's actually a big thing, because you would be surprised when you don't tell people that, when you don't tell people to contact you if there's a problem, how many people will just leave negative feedback. And you don't want that. And the other thing that you don't want is to not tell them to contact you if there's a problem, and then you're missing out. You have to refund all those people to get rid of that negative feedback, and then you're losing money. So you don't want that. Definitely you want to let them know, like, hey, here's exactly what I did for you. Thank you for ordering. I hope you order from me again. If there is a problem, just go ahead and let me know before leaving feedback so that I can correct it. Okay, in this video, we're going to quickly talk about the dreaded modification. So Fiverr has this thing called a modification, and basically what that means is, let's say that you delivered your gig to someone and it's technically completed on your end, but now they're seeing it for the first time. They have the option to request a revision. And I was trying to find one on my end, but I couldn't find one in the moment. So here is an order that I placed on someone else's Fiverr gig, and I needed to request a revision. So the way that works is, it's simply a button like, oh, request revision, and then you're going to type in your message of what you would like them to change. Now, when this happens to you as a seller, I want you to think in 3 steps. So step number 1 is examine. First of all, examine what they are asking. Sometimes it's simply a question. Sometimes they're not even asking you to change anything. They just have a question, and they need more clarification. Sometimes they thought something was a mistake, but maybe it really wasn't. So you have to go in and examine your work and go, did I make a mistake, or are they just not seeing something correctly? And then finally, if it really is a mistake, then you need to go ahead and fix that and then re-deliver for them. Now, there are cases where they will ask you for a modification that is not really due. So in those cases, you have the option to, first of all, try and work it out with them, which is what I recommend doing first. But again, if you're in the wrong, do fix that mistake. If that does not work, or if that is not the correct option, then you need to either correct them in what they are not understanding, or you need to refund them. So those are your 3 options, basically. You can fix it, you can talk it out, or you can refund. And always try and talk it out first. See if there was something that you did wrong, first of all, but recheck your work. And then if there is something wrong, fix it. And if you're not able to rectify, then go ahead and refund them. So that's basically, how to deal with a modification like that. And the other thing I will say is this: when you are creating your gigs, you can say how many revisions you want to offer for free. Let's say you offer graphic design work, you can say, I'm only going to offer 1 revision, and that's all that's included. So after 1 revision, you're done, and you have to pay again if you want me to fix it further. And a lot of people do that now. If you are in digital services like I am, I didn't even have it set because I don't get a ton of requests for revisions. It just happens occasionally. So I didn't even set that as a limit. But I do have noted inside most of my SEO gigs that you're paying for my time as well as the service. So you're only going to get a refund if I made a mistake. And that's how I do service. That's just my policy. So again, you get to kind of set your own policy there. If you don't want to offer free revisions, you don't have to. You can set your limit of what you would like. And that's pretty simple and straightforward. And I know no one likes redoing work. And that's why I say it's the dreaded modification, because no one likes to go back and redo work that they did. So you have the option to offer free revisions or no free revisions when you set your gig. With that being said, let's move on and we'll continue on this journey together. Okay, so in this video, we're going to quickly talk about canceling orders. This is an order that you can see has been created April of last year. Occasionally you will get people that have ordered things that just never came back to Fiverr, I suppose, or they just forgot. I don't know. I tried to nudge them, and what that means is, you're just trying to remind them, hey, send me your information so I can get started on this gig. If people don't send you your information, you can't get started. So that's what happened. This gig is well over a year old. So we are going to go to the resolution center, and we are going to go buyer is not responding. Ask the buyer to cancel. And you don't need to explain yourself. Even if there is an issue, since Fiverr has those categories now, you really don't have to sit there and explain yourself. You can just do that. Little dots, periods, press send, and that's it. And honestly, if this buyer is still active on Fiverr, then they'll cancel that order. And if they're not, then eventually it'll be canceled anyway through Fiverr's customer support. So I hope that was simple and easy enough. This is the same process you are going to use for any issue. We can simply go through another one if you'd like, if that was too fast, but it is very simple and easy. I have a couple others here that are really old. Simply go here, visit the resolution center. Whatever your reason may be. There also is, because this order is so old, they're not giving me all the options. One of the other options is personal or technical reasons. They would have that listed if your gig was still active and alive. Since this one is not, there's no reason for that to be there. So again, the buyer is not responding. Ask buyers to cancel. And with those little periods. And that's it. You're done. And again, canceling does lower your completion rate, and it also can affect your sales. So you don't want to cancel a lot of gigs. You do want to be, you don't want to cancel for no reason, is what I'm saying. Always do your best to make it work where possible. So we're just going to send that off and we're done. And that is how to cancel gigs, you guys. Really simple, really easy. All right, guys. So in this video, we're going to be quickly covering the 5 Fiverr no-nos. So there's not a lot to remember when it comes to what not to do on Fiverr. Excuse me. There's really only 5 basic things that you need to remember. And it's pretty much common sense. Number 1 is no foul language. It's pretty simple, straightforward. That shouldn't be a question, really. It's just unprofessional. Even if someone is getting upset with you or cursing you out, just be the bigger person. Especially as a seller, you don't want to get reported for any silly reason like that. If someone's giving you a hard time, you can either report them or you can simply reply one message to them and then ignore them from that. With that being said, yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. The other one is, of course, number 2, never ignore or refuse a refund. So you always want to do your best to try to work it out with the customer first. If that is not possible, then of course issue them a refund. I know when you're first getting started, it may feel like there may be times where you don't want to issue a refund or you feel like it's not due. And I've had to do that before. Sometimes you do have to bite the bullet. But overall, once you get your packages down, once you get your gig offerings down, and what I mean by that is once you know what you're going to offer, it doesn't take you a long time to deliver. You have your default messages all created. Once that is all set up, then all of these things shouldn't take long to manage and do. And yet you should still be getting good value. So you should be getting good customer reviews and people should like your gigs that you're offering. So with all that being said, yeah, you can't just refuse refunds and you can't just ignore them. So when a refund is requested, do honor that. With that being said, then number 3 is also do not ignore your messages. We've talked a lot about that, how your response rates increase your sales. So you want to make sure that you're replying back to your messages and that you're keeping your response rates high. The other things that you never want to do, number 4, is never ever go on vacation mode. That is one of the worst things that you can do for your gigs and for your rankings, especially after you've been on Fiverr a while and you've gotten some sales and reviews. You definitely don't want to put your gigs on vacation mode ever. And last, but finally, and certainly not least, but certainly not least, is custom work. I've talked a lot about this as well. And if it's something that you really want to offer, then go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But I will say that for anyone who doesn't have much time to offer for their gig description or for their gig deliveries, and you need to make Fiverr a side income, then I really recommend not doing custom work on Fiverr. It's just going to slow you down, and you're going to have a lot more messages and a lot more questions. Now, if you are slow to getting started and for whatever reason your gigs aren't picking up, then, I guess you can play around with it if you want. But if you are pressed for time, do not offer custom work. So with that being said, those are the 5 things to keep in mind when it comes to Fiverr no-nos. Outside of that, it's pretty much free game. Obviously, there's no nudity allowed on Fiverr, so that would be the number 6, I suppose, inside of your videos and your images. But that should be pretty self-explanatory considering that you're dealing with mostly business owners and business services. So, all in all, I think that is everything. And I guess the one other thing that I can add is when it comes to any sort of, we'll call it illicit activity, maybe it's actually illegal or maybe it's, borderline activity. Things like, for example, I've gotten into this a lot because I do keyword research, and keyword research can cover anything in any industry, and I work with a lot of different industries. So I've done keyword research for everything from, adult resorts to nursing homes to medical marijuana to brothels even. So again, it can really be a wide range of topics and things like that. And if you are doing something similar where it's research related, or maybe it's press release syndication or article distribution or whatever it may be, you may have things like that where you're working with different industries. It's up to you whether you want to work with those types of people or not. I have found that typically people that are working within the adult industry, like adult entertainment industry, are kind of scammy. I think it kind of just ends up going with the territory. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's up to you whether you want to do that or not. The reason I bring that up is because using something like the word like medical marijuana, that's not going to trigger anything inside of Fiverr. It's just purely based off of what you're comfortable with and what you're comfortable delivering. So with that being said, those are the Fiverr no-nos, do's and don'ts, and some tips. And you can join me in the next video as we dive deeper into advanced selling. Okay, so in this video, we are going to be talking about some things to never ever do on Fiverr, and specifically some words to never use on Fiverr throughout their messaging system. So basically, the thing that you need to know is that in Fiverr's TOS, it says that you cannot take anyone off of Fiverr or try to attempt to contact anyone off of Fiverr. Now, speaking from personal experience, especially when I was first starting, I don't know how these people found my number. I don't know how they found my contact info, but they did. And a lot of buyers would try and call me. And it was a real time waster because a lot of these people, they didn't even know what types of things they were buying in the first place. And then they wanted to have discussions about it, and it was really bad. So there's a good reason why it's for your benefit and for everyone's benefit that you don't contact people off of Fiverr and don't encourage that. Now, getting even more important into what you'll be using into your day-to-day is in the messaging system, you cannot use words like email. And I'm going to show you why. There, boom. Terms of service reminder. Providing email, Skype, or phone numbers is only allowed if it is needed as part of the service. So, if you need someone's email to log into something, or you have to need their email login, whatever it may be for the service or whatever, I recommend doing one of two things. You can go like that, where you're putting a period in between each letter and splitting it up that way. That's a good little hack. That's also a good little hack when you're creating your gig descriptions and it says, oh, you've used too much of this word when you're trying to optimize something. You can get around it doing that way. Or if you need their contact info for whatever reason, you can ask them for it in a notepad and ask them to attach it in a notepad, so that way it's not going directly through Fiverr's messaging system. And I've never had any problems with that in my 3 years of being on Fiverr. Using the notepad always works. So, and you just upload that as an attachment right over here. Now, with that being said, you also can't use the word phone. It'll do the same thing. You also can't use the word, can you use pay? No, you can't use the word pay, and you can't use the word cash, I believe. No, you can use cash. You cannot use the word pay. So with that being said, that is just, and there may be one more. Yep, not allowed to use the word Skype either. So basically anything that would trigger contacting someone off of Fiverr outside of social media. Social media is totally fine because there's a lot of services that are focused around social media on Fiverr. But anything, Skype, phone, email, those are no-nos. Don't use those words, and don't use the word pay. Outside of that, that is pretty simple and straightforward. I'm trying to think if there's any situations where you would need, I don't think there's any situations where you need to contact people off of Fiverr. because the services, everything is here. And, they want that because if anything happens, they want to know what's being said, right? So it's all through their system. And that way, if someone's harassing you or they're trying to get stuff for free, then support can see that and they can go ahead and issue refunds. Now, they're not going to issue refunds just off the bat. Like, you have to initiate that. But what I'm saying is, like, if you have a real problem, then they can go back and they can look at your messages and see what has been said and what has been done. And I know people, like, you never want to use foul language either. That's another thing. That should go without saying because it's just really unprofessional. However, I know what some customers are like and they can test you and push your buttons sometimes, but just, remain calm. Again, the good thing is you can get up, walk around, take a deep breath. You're working from home, hopefully, or wherever you are, but you don't have to deal with these people face to face. So if it feels, if it's just like, oh, I can't believe they're asking me this, I can't believe I have to re-explain myself, just, take a deep breath and know that this could be way worse. You might have to, if you were in another position or another job, you'd have to deal with these people face to face and you couldn't be able to do those things. So it's just a message. No reason to curse or anything like that. And in fact, that could get you reported and banned. So you don't want to do that. Always be professional and take the high road. Touching on this just real quickly, Fiverr does make it really easy now. They've also implemented this within the past few years where you can insert your quick responses. And these are for delivery as well as otherwise. So you can use any of these things and you can insert more at any time. Just go add new. And you can also edit these at any time or delete them or duplicate them. So that makes it really nice and easy. Life has gotten so much easier since Fiverr has implemented this. Before this came along, I had notepads saved where I'd have to go in my folders and I have to pull up my notepads and copy and paste and put them in. And that did take a little bit of extra time. So this is really nice for you guys, and that's going to save you a lot of hassle and headache because as you deliver more services and people message you more often and have questions and things like that, you will know what some of these frequently asked questions are, so you can go ahead and create a quick response for that. And not only that, but now Fiverr actually allows you to go ahead and put an FAQ right inside of your gig description and listing. So that way, if you have people that are asking you the same questions all the time, just go ahead and put that FAQ in there, and then you won't get nearly as many messages for those things. So that is Fiverr's messaging system in a nutshell. You're going to be using this almost every day. And obviously you are going to be getting rated on how frequently you reply back. So how soon you reply back to messages, and the way around that, because when you are just getting started, you want to make sure that it's as quickly as possible. It doesn't have to be within the hour, but you don't want to let it go over 12 hours. So every 12 hours, you need to be checking all of your messages and replying back because that matters for getting you more sales. And I can also speak from experience because a few months ago, we went through a really big move. We changed states and we changed offices. And so I was off of Fiverr for a few months, and that did hurt my gig sales. However, I'm starting to make a little bit of a comeback now. And I just wanted you guys to know that because the more active you can stay, the better it is all around. And a really easy way to do that is just keep your Fiverr window open throughout the day. So you can go do other things and then just reply back whenever you get messages. And that'll keep your response rates high as well as your level of activity and your online activity high. So with that being said, let's move on to the next video and continue on this course. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be discussing how you can avoid getting negative reviews on Fiverr. And in the 3 years that I have been a top seller on Fiverr, I still have a 4.9 star rating. Well, I have to in order to stay a top seller. But the reason I've avoided so many negative reviews is one simple thing: the refund. That's the magic of the refund. Now, outside of that is also, good customer service, working with people, making sure that people understand what my gig is. And that goes into having a good gig description, etc. And setting those proper expectations. That's also why I like to have a video, is because you get 1 minute to describe your gig and your service, so that way people know exactly what they're getting. And so outside of the refund, I would also say setting expectations is a huge thing to avoid getting those negative reviews. But again, the fail-safe, the end-all be-all is to provide a refund, and then they can't leave any feedback if you provided them a refund. So I just wanted to cover that quickly. I know we've talked about that a little bit before, but I think it bears repeating. And you can join me in the next video, where I'm going to be sharing some insider top seller secrets on how you can get more traffic and more sales to your gigs. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be talking about Fiverr's commissions and why 20% is more than fair. Now, I know a lot of people are, especially about a couple years ago, before Fiverr rolled out their gig packages and a lot of those nicer things for their sellers. A lot of people would kind of complain on blogs and forums and stuff that, 20%, that's a lot, and blah, blah, blah. And it really isn't. And I'm going to show you why. Because first of all, when I was getting started on Fiverr, I started where everyone else started, right? We all started at the same place. Now, yes, some people got in on it earlier on, and they got all of those sales and traffic earlier, so they got established earlier. However, it's still a level playing field out there, because since we know that Fiverr is Fiverr, and most people on there are wanting smaller services that are quick and affordable, that if you can start gigs that are at that $5 price point, you're at an advantage. Versus I see a lot of people nowadays, they try to start their packages off at higher price points, and that hurts them a lot, because while they think they're going to make more off the bat, they actually end up making less, because people want to just buy that cheaper service, right? And especially if you're just getting started and you don't have many reviews, you need to start off at that $5 price point so that you can get a bunch of reviews, and then people will see, oh, they're a good provider, they're a good seller, they give good service, so I want to buy from them. Those reviews on Fiverr are some of the most important things that you need to keep in mind. And when you're first starting out, even if it's 6 months to a year, keep your prices as low as you can while still being profitable. I know that's kind of hard to hear, but I'm telling you, it's going to rack up way more than if you try to set something at a higher price point, because people are just going to pass over that, especially if you don't have many reviews. So that's very important when you're just getting started. Now, just to show you kind of what some of the earning potential can be, there have been quite a few people on Fiverr that have broke 6 figures just by selling on Fiverr. It's pretty amazing. Now, I can tell you that here was one girl, her name's Sage. I think that might be her last name. Anyway, we'll call her Sage. She has earned well over 6 figures. And yes, she got in on the market early, but she was a voiceover artist, and there is a huge market for that on Fiverr, because that's typically something, to hire a voice actor can cost you a couple $100s. But on Fiverr, they can set their prices slightly lower and still make really good money and make a living from home doing that. And I can tell you that a lot of, here's another one, Red. She actually is also a voice actress, and she has broken 6 figures as well. So if you are a voice actor, get on Fiverr for sure, because that is hot, hot, hot. Outside of that, I would say writing too. There's so many people need blog posts and press releases and descriptions written and Amazon listings written. I mean, just books written, editor, anything to do with writing and marketing and voice acting and all those things. You're going to be in a lot of demand on Fiverr. This guy, wow, he has brought in almost $200,000. That is very impressive. And wow, he just started selling drum loops. And I guess he's a musician. And then he switched to jingles and the ukulele. Wow. So if you're a musician, that's awesome. That's another great, highly demanded service on Fiverr. So those are just 3 people. Like, there have been quite a few Fiverr, you could call them Fiverr millionaires over the course of a few years, right? So people that have broken well over 6 figures every year just by working on Fiverr. So yes, it depends on what your market is. That's definitely one thing. But I'm telling you, I didn't have any experience in online marketing when I first got started. So I used Fiverr to learn and to grow in my marketing and as an entrepreneur. And you guys can do the exact same thing. So maybe it's, you have some skill that you know a little bit about, but you're not a master at it yet. You can use Fiverr to help you be able to get paid to learn those things, right? That's working smarter, not harder, because who has time to read a 500-page book for no reason, right? I mean, we would all love to. We'd all love to just be able to do whatever we wanted with all of our time, but we have to manage our time. And this will allow you to not only make money, but you can get paid to then learn things as well. So, create a gig where maybe you want to learn how to type faster, or maybe you want to learn how to transcribe videos, or maybe you want to learn how to edit videos, or whatever it may be. Anything. Come on here, see what's already selling well, create your gig, and make sure that your covers are nice and bright and attention grabbing, and watch the orders roll in. And then you have this initiative, this newfound motivation to go out and spend time learning more about your craft so that you can make even more money, right? So with that being said, let's move on to the next video so that you guys can get started on Fiverr. Okay guys, so before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this course, which is, actually getting hands-on and going into the gigs and how to create a good gig and all of that stuff, before we get into that, I'm just going to quickly show you how you can get paid out through Fiverr. So let's go here, let's go to earnings. Oh, nope, I need to take you to the account first. So let's go here, let's go to OD Strategies, that's my account. And wait for it to load everything. Oh, I guess I apologize. I'm taking you to the wrong section here. Settings. We want to go to settings. So inside settings, when you're doing this for the first time, because you're only going to have to do it once. And then whenever you have money that's ready to be cashed out, it'll appear over here or over here somewhere, and it's very easy to see. It's really nice. It's in a green bar, and then you're going to see the cash amount. But before we go into that, how to withdraw, let's talk about how to get your things set up here. Here we go. So inside billing, there's going to be, when you're first setting this up, you can only set one payout method. So you can't do multiple. And unfortunately, I do talk about this more later on in the course, but every payout method does come with some fees. They're not anything astronomical. For example, PayPal is only up to $1. I think $1.50. Or no. Credit cards are $1.50. PayPal's $1. So it just depends on what method you want to use, what method you use most often. You can also do bank transfer, but that does still incur fees as well. So everywhere you go, you're gonna get charged some fees, probably just a couple of dollars. So I chose PayPal just for ease of use for myself. You're going to add your PayPal email if that's what you choose to do. They also allow you to do a Fiverr revenue card, which is serviced through MasterCard, and there's also fees for that as well. I'm not exactly sure what that is. I think they do it based on percentage, so depending on how much you're withdrawing. But there is a way to find that, and you would just go, actually, no, I have that in a separate place. I'm going to include that in the downloadable resources in this section. So go ahead and download that, and you can see what each of the payout scales are, or I'm not payout scales, but the fees that are incurred for each of the revenue cards. But most of you will probably either do PayPal but most of you will either do PayPal or a bank transfer. So that is how to get paid out through Fiverr. Once a payment, like once you have money that's ready to be taken out, then you'll simply go up here over to earnings. And then here is where you'll be able to withdraw. Oh, so maybe you can switch these after a period of time. But anyways, the main thing that I wanted to tell you is that once you have money that's able to be cashed out, this button for me will light up. So it'll be blue. I'll be able to press it. And then obviously you see that this says withdraw. So I would just be able to click that. And then what's going to happen is they're going to send me an email. And then inside of my email, I'm just going to click on that link, and the payment will, or not the payment, but the money will be withdrawn. So that withdrawal will be initiated. And then once a withdrawal is initiated, you cannot undo it. So, make sure that you get all that info set up correctly and that you have everything set up right so that that's not going to the wrong PayPal or the wrong bank or whatever. So once that's set up one time, that's done. But the withdrawals you have to do whenever you have money that's available to be withdrawn. It's just something that Fiverr does. It's a double initiation type of thing, but it's very easy. Just one click here and then one click inside the email and the money will be there. So that's it. That is getting paid out through Fiverr. Very simple, very easy, and another wonderful reason to use Fiverr. Okay, in this short video, I'm just going to be talking about how to get your first reviews on Fiverr when you're just starting out. So there's a few different routes that you can go. Obviously, try and get your friends and your family to purchase some gigs. You can even, give them the referral program, which I will talk about in a further section in this course. But Fiverr does have a referral program. That means that you can share via social or email to people that you know, and if they go ahead and purchase, you get $5. So the way that can work is that if you can have friends and family members purchase your gigs, then you'll also get money back in return, and you can go on to buy more gigs. Maybe you want someone to do your cover art for your gigs. You can use that money for that, or maybe you're building up your own online business and you want to use it for those types of services. So that's just an idea for number one. That's a great place to start. Number two, which is a little gray hat, depending on who you are, it technically would go against Fiverr's TOS. but it does work. Something that you can do is have a friend or yourself can buy IP addresses. So, and dedicated IP addresses, not just ones that will switch out every hour or every day. You want something that you can log back into and that is a permanent IP. Fiverr is very strict when it comes to their IP addresses. I had my first account banned because I switched IPs and I was not an established seller yet. So therefore, they just went ahead and blocked my account. So I did get banned the first time around, and I was making like $500 a month. So that was a bummer. I had to start from scratch. So with that being said, if you are going to use IPs, to try and buy your own gigs and then leave reviews, which, like I said, is possible, but you got to be careful and use dedicated IPs. The place that I would buy IPs from would be somewhere like buyproxies.org. There we go. Oh, come on. This is a great site. I buy proxies and I've bought VPNs from these guys, and they are awesome. Their customer support is unprecedented. They get back to you within 24 hours, regardless of what day or time it is. So they are awesome. Outside of that, and again, dedicated IPs, not shared. And when they even have the option, like, what are these proxies going to be used for? Tell them Fiverr.com. And that you want the same proxies every single month. So that is the two best ways that I know how to get reviews on your Fiverr gigs when you're just starting out. Again, you don't have to use the tips that I've recommended if you're against the gray hat methods, but it does work. The method that I would use is trying to get friends and family members to buy your gigs, and maybe even give them the money to be able to pay for your gig. Maybe go ahead, give them the $5-10 to buy the gig, just so that you can get like 10 reviews to get started. And then once you have like 10 reviews, people will naturally start buying because they see that, oh, you have stars, you're a good provider. And again, the faster that you deliver, the more sales that you'll tend to have in the beginning, therefore the more reviews that you'll get. So that's another tip as well, is just fast delivery times when you're first getting started so that you can get a lot of reviews. So I hope that's been helpful, and you can join me in the next video where I will take you through I will take you through creating a gig from start to finish, and we will walk through it together. All right, I will see you in the next video. So in this short video, I'm going to show you how you can double your reviews in just 30 seconds. So all you need to do is, step number 1 is ask for a review. I know it sounds like duh, but a lot of sellers don't do this. And when you don't, you're missing out on getting a review. So always ask for the buyer to leave a review, and ask them to leave a 5-star review if they enjoyed your service. And then of course you can make cute little memes like this. I know it may seem silly, but actually it does work. Now, just as a little case study, I did not go this route. I didn't make cute little memes like this and send them out, but my husband did, and he has almost twice as many reviews as I do. And I know it's funny, right? And it's like, just funny little things like that, little memes. People enjoy this snackable content that is something that they like, but also you're relating it to a recent experience, and it's just kind of fun. So these little things do work, and they do help get you more reviews. So it doesn't take long. You can simply go to let's see, generator. There you go. It comes right up. And you can go to image flip, which is where a lot of those images were from, or make a meme or meme generator, and they're all basically the same concept, and that you can just really quickly create these images, any image you want, with text over top. So that's a quick, easy way to get people to leave good reviews for you, and it just makes people kind of feel good in a moment of, oh, cool, funny little meme, and can brighten their day. So that is my 30-second hack to getting more reviews on Fiverr. Okay, so real quickly in this video, I just want to go over some of these seller tools that they have here. Right here at the top where it says selling, you're going to see your orders. This is just a list of all of your active orders that you have here. You can go back to completed orders. This is where you can contact people that you've worked with before. There's all of your cancellations. And then here's where you'll find your gigs, right? Where if you ever need to edit anything, or if you want to create a new gig, it's going to be in here. Inside of analytics, this is just places where you can find your stats. November hasn't been very busy for me. You can see all your sales. Those are the completed ones, and active orders that have been completed, your response rates, the ones that you've delivered on time. Here's your cancellations, ones that have been initiated by you, by the seller. Here's your ratings, and then it gives you your timeline of when you joined, when you reached level 1, when you reached level 2, and then when you became a top seller. And then of course it shows all the countries that you've helped work with, which is it's pretty cool actually. You get to see like all these places that you've helped. Yeah, the UK, I've done a lot for them. Germany, yeah. So it's just super, super cool that you get to see all that stuff. And they've made this a lot more, they give you a lot more features now, like more info than they used to inside of your analytics. Then you have earnings, but they also give you your earnings here too. So this is where you'll go when you want to withdraw money. When you have money that's able to be ready to be withdrawn, you'll see your dollar amount. It's somewhere in here that they'll display it. I forget if it's like right here or over here, but you'll see that there's money that's able to be taken out, and then you'll simply press once there is cash ready, you can press your little PayPal withdrawal account, and it will send you an email, and then you can go ahead and withdraw your funds. From there, buyer requests. This I'm not sure of. I've actually never really had to. Oh, these are like custom requests. People that currently have custom things out that are looking for work. So if you're really slow, if it's a really slow day, you're not getting many orders, just come in here, buy a request, see if anyone is looking for services like yours, and you can hook up with those people. And then of course you have the promote yourself section where you can create your badge to put on a third-party site, or you can generate a custom offer. So, and the custom offer is just, kind of like, it sounds like it is like it's going to be a custom gig that's for someone who's looking for a specific service. So that is the seller tools in a nutshell. And yeah, that'll just help you navigate through a little bit more. If you ever buy gigs on Fiverr, here is the place to do that. And everything is pretty self-explanatory. Your orders, transactions, you can favorite different gigs that you buy often or that you like. And then here, these two, post a request is like if you needed custom work done, just like we saw in the buyer request over here, that's where you're posting to. And then the manage requests is when you want to delete one of those messages. And then team account is if you have more than one person that's working inside of your account and you want to have your whole team be able to log in through Fiverr. So that is the Fiverr tools. You've already seen the messaging system, the community. They actually do have live events in New York and maybe a couple other cities as well. I've actually never been able to attend any, but that's what that is all about. They have their own blog, their forum, which we kind of looked into a little bit in the last video, and then I guess they have a podcast now, which I wasn't even aware of. So inside the forum is pretty helpful, especially if you have specific questions to things that are on Fiverr. They can help you a lot with that. To-do list. Let's see what that is. Okay, so just cross-posting. So yeah, it's just a neat little tool, neat little feature. So those are all of the navigation bar and how to get around Fiverr and their little tools and areas that they offer for you. So hope that's been helpful, and you can join me in the next section. Okay, so in this video we are going to be talking about the vacation status button. Now, this is so important, guys. Oh, so important. And all right, I'm just gonna tell you a little horror story first of all. So I had one of the best months of my life on Fiverr. I was making like $1,500 and I was in heaven. I was like, yes, this is the kind of money that I needed to be making on the side. This is what I need. So I was so happy, so excited. And we were getting ready to go on a family vacation, and I knew that there's no way that I'm going to be able to check my messages. We were going on a cruise, so I wouldn't have internet access. And I was like, well, I'm going to have to find a way to, go pause my gigs, or I don't know what I'm going to do. Then Fiverr came out with vacation status, and I was like, oh my God, or vacation mode. I was like, oh yes, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. It's the perfect time. So I thought what I was doing was smart, and so I went ahead and I put my whole account on vacation mode. And this is actually the same account that I used. And you guys, after I did that, I didn't even realize what had happened until after I came back. But a week later, I came back, and once I reactivated my gigs, nothing happened. No sales for months. And I was like, what is going on? Why is this happening? In fact, it probably took me about 2 to 3 months to regain that traction. And I only got back up to like 1,300 after that. It killed me. It killed me. I was growing in the rankings, and it was just cut me out from underneath me. So what I can say is this: when you go on vacation mode, it's like pressing the clear button on all of your ranking history for your gigs. Do not enable the vacation mode button unless you're okay with losing all of your income on Fiverr. I know that's harsh. That is absolutely the dead honest truth. So this is a terrible button. I don't know why they have it. I don't even know if they're aware of the effects of it, but I know that this button did terrible things for my account, and I would never recommend it to anyone in a million years. And I know you're saying, well, what do I do if I have to go on vacation? Can I not go on vacation? No, there's a way around this. And I'm going to show you right now. So go here, go to your gigs. Life can still be good. You can still go on vacation if you want. So in here, excuse me, in here, you're going to go into your gigs, going to go edit. Now, another way around this real quickly before I move on. The first thing you can do is you can pause your gigs. And this doesn't seem to affect the rankings nearly as much. Now, the rule of thumb to this is it depends how long they've been paused. If they've been paused for more than 3 or 4 months, yeah, you're going to lose some rankings and you're going to have to work your way back up. But if it's only been like a week or maybe even 2 weeks, you're probably not going to lose that much traction. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. And also you can pause gigs for things that aren't performing well, right? Let's say you don't want to like fully out delete it. Maybe you got a lot of impressions and traffic to it, but it just didn't perform well. So go ahead and pause those things and you can always reactivate them later, or you can end up deleting them and creating new gigs. So the real solution around this that I like to use is to extend your delivery times. So you're going to do that in the pricing section, and here you have your delivery times. And I have the packages enabled. That's something you can choose to do or not do. Even if you don't, here's what it's going to look like where your delivery times for your extras. Now, excuse me. Now, unfortunately, when someone goes to buy, they can see all these things. They can see your title and your description, but they can't see what the actual price is. Excuse me. Tickle in my throat. So, anyways, with that being said, that is your way around the terrible vacation mode button that you should never ever press, never ever enable. So simply extend your gig delivery times, and that's it. And the other thing that I like to do as well, if you are going on vacation, you're not able to check in, especially if you're not going to be able to check your messages, I would try and find someone, like even a VA, to go ahead and check your messages for you so that you can still keep your rankings and your response rates high, especially now that people will be manually checking in every month on Fiverr. So that's pretty important to keep those response rates high. You can see that my average response time is 5 hours. And yeah, that's pretty average. Let's see here. Oh yes, that's what I was going to tell you. I apologize. So yes, if you're not able to log in, check your messages, and you're going on vacation or whatever the case may be, just go ahead and in your description, write that. Say, I'm going to be gone from this date to this date. And of course, if you are going to give the dates, give yourself like 2 or 3 extra days, so that way you have time to catch up on any orders that may have come in while you were on vacation, and you're not going to be totally swamped when you get back. Because come on, when you get back from vacation, there's 1,000,001 things that you got to do anyway. You got to do the laundry, you got to unpack, they got to, whatever it may be. So give yourself time. And then, but let people know, so that way they're not going to be, snarky when they're sending you messages like, why aren't you responding back or whatever. So, yeah, just let people know, and that really helps a lot. I think that is it for this video, and we will go on into the next video and dive even deeper into some of the tips that you need to help you become a top seller. All right, so quickly in this video, I am going to cover the secret formula to skyrocketing your Fiverr traffic. And this is also going to help get you more sales as well. So I know that we've covered all the things on this list throughout this entire course, but I thought this would be a great point to kind of summarize everything that's really going to be the most beneficial for you when you're looking to get more sales and traffic on Fiverr. So with that being said, I know this is kind of boring. I don't usually like to write things out like this, but I didn't want to miss anything. So that's why I did it like this time. Okay, diving right in. Number 1 is a keyword-rich profile. We've talked a lot about how to optimize those things, how to have a really well filled out profile, and the reasons behind that, why people need to be able to see you, your expertise, and just learn a little bit more about you so that they know that they can trust you when it comes to buying from you. Number 2, optimize gig titles and descriptions. We've talked a lot about that. Having those keyword-rich titles and having the keywords inside of the descriptions, that's really important for helping Fiverr know that your gig should show up when these terms are typed into their search bars. Number 3, an eye-catching gig cover photo. We talked a little bit about success hacking your competitors and how to sort of play off of some of their designs that are working. Obviously, if they have like 1,000 reviews or over like 500 or a couple hundred reviews, they're obviously doing something right. So you want to take those eye-catching designs and do something similar because they're obviously getting a lot of traffic and sales from that. Number 4, use a gig video. Just using a video will help you convert more people because although Fiverr doesn't advertise it as much as they used to on their search results page, they do still show up when you click inside of a gig. And I will just quickly show you that. So for example, let's just go to the home page and I'm going to type in keyword research. Now, I don't think that my gig is showing up on the homepage anymore because I've not been as active recently. However, let's just see like this. While she did a video, it's not super prominent. Fiverr used to have like this huge play button over the video, so like it would stick out. Now it's just like, oh, you can see that it's a video if once you look closer, right? But you do see a face, and people are more likely to trust faces than they are just something like this, right? So, oh, that's what I wanted to show you. So we'll just click in here real quick. And then boom, you can easily see, sorry, that had to fly. You can easily see that she has a video there, and people are going to be a lot more likely to press play before they go ahead and buy. Or they may just scroll down, read your description, see if it sounds good, and then buy from you. But having that video there, it increases your sales a lot. So I highly recommend it. On to number 5. Stay logged in all day. We've talked about this a few times so far. And when I say all day, 9 to 5 is good, right? Business hours, because that's when most people are going to be contacting you anyway. If they are from across the pond, or if they're from, the UK or somewhere that's overseas or across the world, wherever they may be, they're going to see when you're online and when you're not. And they can see what time it is for you. So it doesn't really matter. You don't have to keep it open all day and night. You can if you want to. I actually don't recommend that because sometimes I would have messages come at night. People would think that I was online and then I wasn't. And then they would kind of get upset that I didn't reply back sooner. So like I said, 9 to 5 is good, or whatever, 8 to 4, whatever your hours are. But just leave it open all day as you are at your computer, so that you can reply back to those messages quickly and that people see that you're online and active. Okay, number 6, reply back to messages quickly, at least every 12 hours. Sooner the better. When people on Fiverr are very instantaneous, so if you don't reply back within, a few hours, they may just simply pass you up and they're going to go on to the next person because they need their work done. So that's why replying back to messages quickly is a good idea. Number 7, deliver all your orders on time. We've talked about this, and that if you are getting too swamped with orders, extend your delivery time so that you're not getting penalized for not making those deadlines. So and Fiverr does do that. They will cut back on how much traffic they're giving you and how many sales they give you because you're not delivering on time. So they'll give it to someone else. All right. So number 8, keep your cancellation and your refund rates low. Now we did talk about this a little bit, and the fact of the matter is that you cannot ignore refunds. But you do want to make sure that people are happy with your service, and that's what we mean by keep your cancellation and your refund rates low. You want to make sure that people are happy with what they're buying from you and what you're delivering and the value that you're offering. Number 9, stay active on social media and social sharing. This is optional. I didn't personally do this because I was just too busy with other things, building my business, what have you. But I can tell you that had I stayed active, my social shares would have been a lot more effective because it has a lot to do with how many followers you have and how engaged your followers are with you. And if you do have a decent social media following, then you definitely want to make use of that, because that will bring you more eyes, more traffic to all of your gigs. And number 10, last but not least, is posting a badge on any third-party sites that you may have or own. That will then direct that traffic to your Fiverr gigs. Now, make sure that the topics are related. If you have a blog, maybe it's a personal health blog or something of that nature, but you don't have any sort of health-related gigs on Fiverr, I probably wouldn't post it on that site then, because it's just, the traffic's not going to be relevant. But if you do have a blog that is closely related, or maybe it's a personal blog even, go ahead and put that on there, and you may be surprised at how much traffic you get. So if you do all of these things combined, I can almost guarantee you that you are going to be a top seller within 12 months. These are all of the things that I've used. I didn't even use these last 2. So just to put that in perspective, these are really powerful. And if you do all 10, I can almost guarantee that you'll be a top seller in no time. So with that being said, I hope you found this helpful and valuable. Stay tuned for the next video and we will dive even deeper. Okay, in this video, we are going to be talking about some insider seller secrets to how you can get more sales on Fiverr, and of course, as well as getting more visibility and more traffic to your gigs on Fiverr. So we are here in the forum, Fiverr forum, and I just wanted you to see, like, just a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, there was some posts here like, oh, for high quality links, contact us now. Hey there, do you need high quality SEO links? So you can post things in the forum section to get more traffic to your gigs. And the other thing along with the forum is, if you're going to be posting things here, I also recommend that you stay active on some kind of social media, either Google Plus or Facebook or maybe even LinkedIn or Twitter, whatever you are more naturally gravitated towards. And then that will help you when you social share, that because you're naturally engaged on social media. Hopefully you have a good amount of followers who will be able to see your messages and your posts. So that way, that's just more traffic and more eyes that are getting to see, oh my goodness, that's a great gig offering. I'm going to go check that out. And they're going to click on your link and they're going to check out your gig. And then, of course, that hand in hand with staying active. If you're planning on posting to the forum, stay active in the forum, and answer questions for other people and things like that. So that way you're not just taking, you're also giving something back as well. And yeah, so the forum can be really valuable for answering certain questions that you may have, connecting with people that are within your industry. Maybe they offer slightly different services and things like that. But definitely, I recommend sort of this follow up. Stay active on social media, and every once in a while, post something about your gig or working on Fiverr in some way, and then post a link to your account or to your specific gig. And then, of course, social share when that's appropriate, after someone has left you a good review and things of that nature. Outside of that, you can also, oh yes, that was the final thing. I apologize for the mind blank there. The third thing was you can do a third-party site like Blogger or WordPress, and you can create almost like a side platform to offer your gigs from. And what I kind of mean by that is like you can show a little bit about your gig and like what the service would be, but then you get your little Fiverr badge. Let me see if I can find it here. They have a little badge that you can use. Is it in here? Promote yourself. And you can, you can create a badge so that you can put this on your website or a third-party site, and that way they can go directly to Fiverr and they can check out those gigs. So that really helps. Like if you already have some kind of a WordPress blog, or not even WordPress, just a blog or a side site, maybe it's a blogger site that you use or that you have, put that on there, and then people can check out your gigs from that place, and that's another traffic source where people are able to check out your gigs and buy from you. So with that being said, those are my insider seller secrets to getting more gigs and more sales on Fiverr. Okay, so in this short video, I'm just going to cover very quickly the Fiverr referral system. And what that is that any registered account with Fiverr can actually go ahead and refer their friends to Fiverr, and if they purchase a gig, you'll get $5. So how that works is you'll come here to your little profile, click on that, and it says invite friends and get $5. So click there. Now, you can do this via email, or you can also go ahead and share on social and make money that way. So it depends what you want to do. Let's say we want to do email. So I'm going to go ahead and add an email. Let's do and boom, let's preview it. There it is. Overdrive is tired of keeping Fiverr a secret. Fiverr is the world's largest marketplace for services where you can get everything you need at an unbeatable value. Sounds too good to be true. See for yourself. And then boom, takes them right to browse the services. So that's pretty cool. And again, it's for every gig that they purchase, you will get $5 inside of your shopping balance. So that is pretty neat and cool, right, guys? They don't pay you out like cash, but they do allow you to have free money to use on Fiverr, which is still cool because there's a lot of neat things on Fiverr that you can use to build your business. So, and even if you don't have a business yet, you can use it to build up your own gigs within Fiverr. Like I said, you can buy graphics for your gig covers, and those can really help a lot. You know, there's professional graphic designers. If you don't want to be the one to make your video, you can hire someone to make a gig video for you. So there's a ton of different ways that you can use Fiverr services to grow your Fiverr business. So one quick thing that I forgot to mention that is important is that Fiverr actually does have an affiliate program, and it still works the same way that the referral program works, meaning that they only pay you for first-time buyers. So you don't get a commission on every gig that someone purchases or anything like that. It's only for first-time buyers. Now, the important thing that I wanted to point out is that if you're using the old referral method, which is what we just covered, where you go up here and you go invite friends, get $5. That's the old referral method. The only downside to that is that there's no way to track your referrals that you sent out. So if you want to track how many people you've sent to and who you've sent to, then come down here, scroll all the way to the bottom where it says affiliates, and then you're going to click that, and it's going to bring you to this page here, get paid for driving traffic to Fiverr. And then boom, you're going to go ahead and click to become an affiliate. And then as you go through here, this will allow you to go ahead and track your referrals and your earnings. So I hope that has been helpful for you. Again, if tracking all of those referrals is really important to you and you have a lot of people, go ahead and actually sign up to become a Fiverr affiliate. If you just have 1 or 2 or 3 people that you're sending to, then just go ahead and use the old method of invite friends, get $5. Okay guys, so in this short video, we're just going to be covering some of the Fiverr FAQs of getting started, some of the things that we haven't covered, just a few detail items. And because some of these questions were very specific, I just wanted to make a short slideshow for you. That way you are having the most precise information in going forward. So let's just quickly go through this. Can I change my username? No, you cannot. Usernames cannot be changed once you've created one, and you do have to create a username in order to register your account. So you want to take some time in thinking about this. Definitely, I would recommend deciding what kind of gigs you want to offer, especially decide what kind of category you want to be in before you go ahead and choose a username. And then once you've done that, you can go ahead and register your account. How do I claim unclaimed withdrawals? This is a payment question. And basically, you're just going to go into your PayPal account. You must verify your email address. Then once that is all connected in Fiverr, when you have money that's able to be withdrawn, then you will simply go into your account, and there's a place at the top where it will say earnings. You'll click on that button, and that will allow you to be able to withdraw whatever funds are available. Once a withdrawal is processed, it cannot be reversed. Can I partially cancel or refund order? I wish Fiverr allowed this, but unfortunately it does not, and they cannot be partially refunded. So the way that they ask that you work around this is that ask the buyer to create a new order for whatever the amount is. Let's say that you originally had an order for $50 and they were unsatisfied, or maybe you couldn't provide the extra portion of the work that they needed, or whatever the reason may be. Then you wanted to say, hey, you know what? It's fine. Just pay the $20 and we'll forget the rest. If you want to do that, then have them go ahead and create a new order for whatever the amount may be, and then you're going to go ahead and cancel the old order. So that's your way around partial refunds. How long does it take for me to receive revenues from an order? This can vary depending on what kind of gigs you're offering. So just going over that quickly, what I want to say is if you're offering anything that's a physical item that you're going to be shipping, it will take longer to get paid. It takes 14 days to get paid out if you are shipping anything through Fiverr. It takes only, I I think 7 days when you're a new seller before you become a level 1. And then once you're a level 1, it only takes 3 days for the orders to be processed and for you to get paid out. And I may even be incorrect in that. It may just be the first 30 days that new sellers, that it takes 1 week to get paid out. Then from there, just 3 days. But basically, the buyers will pay Fiverr in advance for the order. So everything is done up front. The money is inside Fiverr. Then once you complete your gig order and your work, then the buyer will have 3 days to review it and complete the order. Even if they don't review the work within 3 days, the order will still be marked complete after 72 hours. Can I have more than one withdrawal provider? Unfortunately, the answer is no. You can only have one withdrawal method per Fiverr account, and it is against Fiverr's TOS to have more than one account. I will show you a way around this if you desire to have more than one Fiverr account, but we'll talk about that at the end of this course. Are there any fees when withdrawing revenue? Yes, there are. Now, I just want to clarify, this doesn't come from Fiverr directly, but it does come from the third-party site. So places like PayPal. The actual Fiverr revenue card is actually powered by MasterCard, and there are fees that can be incurred through there. Also, when you're withdrawing from, if you're doing a direct deposit or bank transfer, there are some fees that can come along with that as well. They're all pretty small, I think. I've actually never looked into the Fiverr revenue card, but I will have the fee table that you can review inside the resources section of this course. So you can simply download that, check what your fees may be if you choose to go that route. And PayPal's fees are very low. It's only like up to $1. So there's really no big issue with that. When it comes to advertising your gigs, the first thing you want to do is find out where these types of people are spending their time. So let's say that you are wanting to offer marketing services or writing services. You'd want to find out what kind of Facebook groups they're in, or where they're at online, if they're on LinkedIn or Twitter, wherever it may be. Facebook is a great place. Almost everybody has a Facebook account nowadays. It depends how much they use it, but you can definitely go there to look for groups and people that would like your services, and then become active in those places. There may even be forums that would be a really great place for you to go and become a part of that community. And you don't want to simply promote yourself all the time. You want to give feedback, answer other people's questions, and things of that nature. Then once you've gained some credibility on the site and through this community, then you can go ahead and you can start posting your gigs as solutions to some of the problems they may be facing. So, and the other thing that I wanted to mention is that you always want to point them back to your Fiverr gigs, which brings me to my next point. No matter what your method is of promoting your gigs and your Fiverr profile, you always want to point it back to Fiverr. No matter what you do, no matter what it is that you're saying, you just want to give them a link that points back to your Fiverr profile or your gigs. In fact, it's against Fiverr's terms of service that you would communicate with buyers off the platform in any other method. So if you are reaching out and you're communicating with people and you're trying to get more traffic and more people to your gigs, then you have to point them back to Fiverr. So that is the FAQ in a nutshell. And just to summarize, how to become a top seller even faster, you want to research what's selling right now. You want to success hack the best sellers, and you want to provide awesome service. And that's going to help you become a top seller a lot faster. And it's simply going to help you make more sales and more reviews and more income on Fiverr by becoming a top seller. So I hope these quick things have been beneficial to you. Just to give you an idea of how much money you can make on Fiverr, I just wanted to give you a taste of what some of the top sellers and earners on Fiverr are making. One person that is in the audio and video production, I've worked 1,100 jobs on Fiverr in about 15 months at an average of $30 per sale. It took me 4 months to get traction, but now I've had a lot of months that range from $1,500 to $2,500 a month. I've been able to work my gigs to a place where they're producing between $40 and $100 an hour. So that is great money, right? That's well over what a manager gets paid. Here's someone that's in the writing and online marketing niche. I was able to consistently make $1,500 to $2,500 a month within 3 months, and I've completed about 1,100 gigs in my 11 months as a seller. My average gig is up to $17, and I easily make between $45 and $100 an hour as a level 2 seller. My work is in the writing and online marketing categories. So this is just giving you an idea, like that $1,500 to $2,500 a month, which that's good money. You can live off of that. That is able to be made with Fiverr in just a few months, as long as you have your gigs down, you know what your offerings are, and you've packaged and priced yourself appropriately. Here's another voiceover artist. I put in around 35 hours per week to complete about 200 orders. This year, I stand to make about, wow, that's a lot of money, $120,000 if my projections turn out accurate. Fiverr has allowed me to pay off old debt, become a sole breadwinner, and make a down payment on a home. That is amazing. So there's actually people that have been able to break 6 figures just using Fiverr. And I know from experience, and because I've been on here for a few years, that this girl, she's only 32 years old, and she actually has been on Fiverr since the beginning. So she was on Fiverr before the packages came along, before the gig extras came along, and she's been able to make this kind of money. So I just wanted to give you guys an idea of what is possible on Fiverr, and within a few months you can be making $40 to $100 an hour just by offering these little freelance services on Fiverr.com. So I hope this little FAQ has been helpful for you guys. Join me in the next video as we continue on and dive deeper into some of the more advanced things that sellers may need to know. Okay, in this short video, I'm just going to be covering the Seller Help Center, or basically I'm going to be introducing you to the Seller Help Center, and then we're going to be covering what Fiverr Pro is. So this is the Fiverr Seller Help Center. It's sellers.fiverr.com/en for English. And basically, if you have any questions on what something means, like how Fiverr works, a glossary of terms, creating an account, securing your account, any of these types of things here, they have covered a plethora of these topics over their 7 years of being in business. So you can just come here to the Help Center if you have any questions, and just look through here of what they have if you have any trouble in getting started at all. And then of course, if you still have questions and you didn't see your question listed, you can go ahead and contact support right there. So that's the Help Center in a nutshell. And from there, we're going to get into what Fiverr Pro is. Now, before we dive in and get all excited about this, I just wanted to share my experience thus far. So I have not applied for Fiverr Pro, but what I have seen is that a lot of people will start their services for Fiverr Pro off at like within the couple $100 range, which there's nothing wrong with that. But what I do notice is that none of those people have reviews. And let me just show you firsthand. Let's just go here and let's type in SEO. It's a super popular service on Fiverr. Now, let's sort the results like this. Show pro gigs first. I could be wrong on a couple of these. Let's see. Let's scroll down. No. Okay. So I just want you guys to see here. Now, Fiverr has had Fiverr Pro out for almost a year now, I think. And I just want you guys to see, like, no reviews, no reviews, no reviews, no reviews. And this doesn't just extend to the SEO category. I see this everywhere. In fact, let me do one other category that I recently was in. Because this press releases have high price points on Fiverr. And yeah, none of them have reviews. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because if they don't even have a few reviews, the chances are they're just not getting bought up at all. Let me see here. There's one that starts at $100. That's probably one of the highest price points I've seen that still has reviews. And yeah, there's not even pro gigs listed in this category. So writing would be another really popular one. Okay, so I stand corrected, guys. This is the first category that actually has pro Fiverr sellers that have reviews, but I do want you to still look at this one review. And again, $780, right? Also, 3 reviews, 9 reviews. So I just wanted you guys to see that the pro sellers aren't necessarily earning more money. Because they're probably not making very many sales at all. Now, with that being said, let's just go back here. And I'm still going to introduce you into what Fiverr Pro is, because over the years, like over the next 2-3 years, Fiverr Pro may grow into something big. You may get a lot more people who are looking for prominent business service providers on Fiverr. And basically, it's people that are looking for highly professional services, right? Fiverr is always looking to match buyers with the right kind of sellers, and they do their best to offer all kinds of price points. Initially they built their whole customer base off of just the $5 price point, the really low end, low risk price points, and now they're extending that to people that even want the high value and professional services. So how do you become a pro seller? Well, you do have to apply. It is open for everyone, professional freelancers and longtime sellers. So basically, how does Fiverr then decide who will become a pro seller? And that's a little bit difficult to say. You have to go through a vetting process. They'll ask you about your professional background, your education, some notable projects that you've worked on, and then of course they'll evaluate you manually from there, and they'll notify you whether you're eligible for a pro gig or not. I will say that the longer you've been on Fiverr, the higher the chances of you getting accepted as a pro gig seller. Also, what are the benefits of becoming a pro seller? Well, you can charge more, as you've seen. Also, people are then recognizing you as a leader in your industry and your category. Someone who you're seen as like an elite peer, basically. The ordering process is exactly the same for Fiverr Pro sellers as it is as the regular Fiverr gig. So there's nothing different that the buyers have to do. Is there a membership fee? There's not a membership fee for becoming a pro seller. And then what categories are available for Fiverr Pro? At this current moment, Fiverr Pro is only available for graphic and design, digital marketing, writing and translation, copywriting, and video and animation. Those are the most popular categories on Fiverr. So if you guys are just getting started, boom, right there. Those are your most popular categories. If you can find something to offer within these, you're going to be doing very well. They said that they will gradually open Fiverr Pro into other categories and subcategories as the demand for it grows. And they did want me to mention that even though, like, let's say you're not in one of these categories, you can still apply to become a Fiverr Pro seller. That doesn't, it doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be declined or denied. So you can still be accepted even if you are not in one of these main categories. If I received a rejection email, can I reply again, or can I apply again? Yes, you can. If you feel like you didn't get to properly represent yourself or you want to improve your application, you can go ahead and you can reapply. Can I convert my existing Fiverr gig into a pro gig? No, you cannot. All the pro gigs are a separate thing, and they have to be a different offering from any of your current gig offerings. If you're already a Fiverr seller, that doesn't change anything. You can still apply to become a pro seller. And the buyers will know that you're a pro seller because as we've looked together, you see that little badge that says pro. And then it asks, how long does the vetting process take? And it differs from one seller to another because all of this is done manually. It's a manual evaluation process to see who is the best fit for the pro sellers. So I hope that has answered any questions that you may have on how to become a Fiverr pro seller and what that's all about. You can join me in the next video as we dive deeper into outsourcing on Fiverr and how you can use that to your full advantage. All right, so in this short video, I'm just going to be covering very quickly a way that you can take people off of Fiverr after you've worked with them for a little bit, and then be able to provide larger services for them. So, for example, in my case, I started on Fiverr. I was able to work myself out of debt, pay off my bills, and I actually was able even to start my own SEO company with what I was making on Fiverr. So after I did that and I had my business going, then what I did was the people that I did SEO work for and the people that would ask me, hey, how can I increase my rankings in Google? And they would ask me for additional work after I completed all of the gigs that I could on Fiverr. Then what I would do was I would reach out to them with this message. And it would basically go like this. We're currently offering, someone would reply back with a question most of the time. I usually didn't just send this out of the blue. So this would be people that were reaching out to me and they wanted to know how they could increase their rankings. So can you help me rank them in Google first page? What should I provide? The store is not launched yet. Do I need to launch it before? Anyways, you guys don't need to know all this, but they're just inquiring about how they can rank their website or their client's website. And I said, okay, we're currently offering a ranking special for our SEO packages right now. Read over my attachment. It has all the details you'll need, how we build the links, how we rank you, the package prices, our TOS, the time frame, our page one guarantee, etc. You can move forward by giving me all the details on the last page of the proposal, and once we have that in hand, we'll go ahead and perform research on up to 1,000 keywords within 72 hours for free. Once you've looked over the research and confirmed the keywords, we then create the SEO campaign to begin ranking you. You'll get monthly reports on how your campaign is going, your rankings in Google, the links we built, and more. So then what I attach is a PDF that's basically a proposal. Here, I'll just quickly show you guys so you can see. And we did have a lot of success with this promotion. The only thing that I would change if I had to go back and do it differently, I would not offer service where they were not paying up front. And there's a lot of psychology that goes behind that. I did it that way because we needed to get sales quickly and we needed to get our business going. So I wanted to get people in the door, right? Unfortunately, though, it ended up making a lot of issues down the road. So that our guarantee was we will get you up to page 1 for 1 term and then you start paying. And it wasn't that we weren't able to do that. It was that we had a lot of problems with people that once we even got them up there, they didn't have the money to pay. And that was a huge issue. So you definitely want to qualify your people. And the way to qualify is by making them pay up front. Do not do work for free and then ask them to pay, because some people don't even have the money. They'll tell you they do and they'll sign everything even though it's a contract and they know they're going to have to pay. I think in people's minds, they expected that once they were ranking even for 1 term, they were going to make all this money. And sometimes it doesn't happen like that. A lot of times it can. You will increase your sales. But again, you don't know what that customer is expecting in their head. And their expectations did not meet with our expectations. So always make people pay up front. With that being said, this is our little proposal that we sent. And we gave, our little who our company was, our guarantee, our packages, the length, what was included, the work that was to be done. And then here's where they would go ahead, sign the package, sign the contract, and then we would go ahead and begin work for them. So that is my favorite way to take people off of Fiverr. And I don't recommend doing this until you're at least a level 2, just because the longer that you're on Fiverr, the more reputation you have with them. So if anything ever came back where someone was to report you for this, you would be less likely to get banned right away, because you've been on Fiverr for a longer period of time, you've made them more money, and they see your value. So that's why I say at least work your way up to a level 2 before doing this method. But this can be extremely beneficial in helping you grow your business through Fiverr even. So let's just to give you some more ideas, you can use this with almost any single business. I'm just trying to wrap my mind and think if there's anything, like if you do e-commerce, it may not work as much, but you can still maybe give them like a product catalog, maybe create just a really simple product catalog of whatever you're currently offering on Fiverr and then related items. And go ahead and send that to them with every delivery, and you might be surprised how many people go ahead, find their way to your website, and they buy from you because they now know that you have products that they never knew about before. So that is, in a nutshell, my favorite way to take people off of Fiverr. Again, like you saw, you can charge almost whatever you want. So, this was a great way for us to make extra money when Fiverr didn't offer those gig extras or those packages. So this was like our way that we made it work and that we made a lot of money with Fiverr. And of course, that money is not going to be included in my earnings here, but still, that's money in my pocket. I'm trying to look if there was another message that I had sent to people. Oh, yes. This was a later message that we did a promotion for, I believe it was for a book that we were giving away. Basically what we did is I went through, and this is when I had paused a lot of my gigs for a while. We were in a move, we were in a transition, and I just could not dedicate the time to delivering on Fiverr. So we did the next best thing, and we promoted to all the people who had bought from us, which was well over 1,000 people. And we just sent them a little message saying, hey, if you liked our gigs and you liked the service that we delivered here, you're going to love this because it's working even 100 times better. And we did. We got some traffic and we got some sales from it. So that's another way. And of course, the one thing I want to bring to your attention is I used a bit.ly link, so a bit.ly link. And those are safe through Fiverr. You can also use Google's link shortener as well if you need to link out to a third-party site. So those are my two favorite ways to take your people that you have worked for off of Fiverr and give them even more value and more services and expand your business and your income. So I hope this has been helpful for you. You can continue on the next video as we go on through the value ladder and Fiverr. Okay, so last of all in this section, but certainly not least, I just wanted to give you a few tips on how to create a second Fiverr account if that's what you choose to do. Personally, I found it way too hard to try and manage two accounts, just because there's not a good way to streamline it all. The only way that I would recommend doing this is if, number one, you are at least a level 2 seller, meaning you've been on Fiverr a while, you know what it takes to deliver, and you have a few gigs that are making you some money consistently. The other thing that I recommend is that, well, here's the things that you need to know. You have to have a separate IP address if you choose to open a second Fiverr account. When I was first getting started, I did have one account that got banned because I happened to switch IP addresses without clearing my cache and going through the safety protocol there. You do have to clear your cookies every single time you change your IP. And I didn't do that, and that's why my account got flagged and it got banned. So I had to restart from scratch. I was making like a couple $1,000s a month, and I had to start all the way over again with the account that you see in front of you. And after that, I just chose to stick with this one account, and I've created other accounts for other people, but I haven't created other accounts for me to use personally. Because I found that this one account was enough for me to manage and work with. And now that they've extended gig extras and gig packages, you can make more money with just one account. But if you do choose to go another route and you need to open another account, let's say yours got banned or something, the way you want to do that is go to buyproxies.org. They're awesome. I've already kind of shown you guys in an earlier video in this course what they look like. Here, I'll just go again real quickly. Buy proxies. There we go. They're so awesome. Their customer support rocks. They get back to you within like 12 to 24 hours regardless, even on holidays. You want to go ahead and buy their dedicated proxies. And yeah, you can buy them in sets of 5 or 10. 5 will be more than enough. And you only will use one proxy, so one different IP address per account. And whatever that one IP address is, you want to save that and make note of it, because you need to go back to that exact same IP address whenever you log in to your new Fiverr account. That is absolutely crucial. The other thing, like I said, was clearing your cookies every time whenever you log out and in. I'm just trying to think quickly if there's anything else that's super important. Basically, you're going to have to create a new username, password, etc., because everything's going to be brand new. And if you are creating gigs that are within the same category, make sure that you change up your gig descriptions and your titles. They can't be copy and paste the same as your old gigs. Same goes for videos. You'll need to upload new videos as well. because if you upload the same videos, they're obviously going to know this is you stole this, or you're trying to get away with gaming the system, which is frowned upon. So everything needs to be different and unique. I think that's it. Those are the three basic things to keep in mind, is that IP has to be different, has to be the same. You have to use the same IP every time you log in, and then all of your gig descriptions, titles, and videos need to be unique to that account, and you need to clear cookies every time that you log in and log out of your new account. And the fourth thing that I would say is try to make it an IP address that is different from the city that you live in. If it's the same, that's going to flag Fiverr, and they're going to think that you're trying to game the system by having two of the same accounts. So you want to make sure that it's in a different city from wherever you currently are. I think that is about it. So yeah, in a nutshell, IP address, that is how you get around gaming Fiverr. And that's also how you get around if you want to leave reviews for yourself. I don't recommend that as a mass thing, but if you're just getting started and you're having problems with getting sales, then go ahead, buy a few gigs of your own. Again, you're going to have to create a brand new account just to leave reviews from. And then once that account's established, you could go ahead and list some gigs on there if you wanted. But that is everything in a nutshell. Do be careful. Remember to clear your cookies. And by no means is this guaranteed to work. And it did take me like a few weeks to learn these things. But that's why I'm sharing them with you now, because I don't want you to have to make the same mistakes that I did, and wait around for a month just to be able to get your new account up and running. So I hope this has been helpful. That concludes this section, and you can go ahead and join me in the next section where we're going to be getting into how to outsource on Fiverr and a couple of other tricks around that. So go ahead, stick with me, and join me in the next section. Thank you so much for joining me in this course. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you found it valuable. And most importantly, I hope that you take these tips, techniques, and strategies and implement them right away for yourself so that you can become a top seller even faster. And not only that, but so that you can increase your income online and offline as well. So with that being said, if you enjoyed this course, I hope that you leave me 5 stars. And if you didn't, then shoot me some feedback anyway and tell me how I can improve. And with that being said, take care. Thank you so much for joining me in this course. It's truly been a pleasure teaching you. And I know that the tips, techniques, and strategies that we discussed here today are going to help you grow your business. Now I want to be able to take you to the next level in your business, and I know that's going to be found in Sales Funnel Secrets. I know because I had the pleasure and the honor of being able to edit this book, and it has truly taught me some of the most amazing business methodologies and strategies that I never knew before, even in my 10 years of being online. And I know that you guys are going to find the same aha moments that I did as well. It truly is the playbook to multiplying your business online, whether you're just getting started or you've had a business for years. And in fact, we know it's going to change your life and your business so much that Zach has agreed to give you this book for free. And all you have to do is simply pay for the shipping so that we can send it to your doorstep anywhere in the world. And all you have to do is go to go.zach-miller.com/book, and you can get it completely free. It's going to more than double your business because the aha moments that are filled in this book, it's jam packed full of goodies. I can't say enough good things about it. You're going to learn concepts like the value ladder, of course, sales funnels and what those are, and how you can utilize sales funnels and multiple sales funnels to build not only a 6-figure business, but 7 and 8-figure businesses as well. And it's so much simpler than you may think. So go on over to go.zach-miller.com/book and change your life and your business today. You're going to love it.